right. It has been a rough weekend. I gotta tell you, I want to start off the stream kind of giving it's probably a 2-month update on Rust. And I made a tweet this morning kind of encapsulating my thoughts of Rust as a language, programming language, as a noob coming to programming. Now, having said that, I'm not exactly a noob. Back in the 90s, I did some C work or C++, and I understand some object-oriented programming and that type of thing, but pretty noobish, I would say, from a low-level perspective of programming. Now, when it comes to scripting, on the other hand, I've got a lot of experience with scripting, obviously. When you look at Windows Utility, some of the bash scripts I've written, yeah, I'm very confident and competent in my abilities when it comes to like bash scripting or PowerShell scripting and those types of things. But that's more high level. So when it comes to Rust, I think I made a post and I said this, and I stand by this 100% because no one really has come out and said it. And it needs to be said. And I'm going to address that PR that I closed, Caleb, and let you know what's up with that. The big thing with Rust is you have to already know several programming languages. And I'm not talking like PowerShell or Bash or, HTML, even though language is in the thing. Those aren't real languages. I'm talking like, if you don't know a low-level language, I don't think you should even bother with Rust. Like, straight up. I look at Rust and there's so many complex things, and I'm just kind of like scratching the surface of this 2 months of Rust. And I've got the book we're kind of going through. I've got the main reference guide here from Rustlang. We got the exercises from Rustlings, which is great. I've got even like other stuff, like these guys wanted to sponsor me, and I was like, I don't know about you sponsoring me. How about you just hook me up with like an account, and I'll kind of go through some of this stuff. So I'm going to go through that a little bit. I found another comprehensive Rust guide made by Google, so kind of walk me through it. We got YouTube channels, like I've been kind of hitting Let's Get Rusty a little bit. And I got to tell you, I don't know anything. I feel like the last 2 months, the biggest thing I've learned about Rust is this. It's a weird language that is very different from anything I've ever done. And understanding like how the borrow checker works in memory is a very foreign concept. So, I mean, I think, learn C first or C++ or C sharp. I mean, those are way easier languages, I think, for me, at least in my brain. But it's not to say Rust isn't cool. Like, there's a lot of really neat things about Rust. But I wanted to first start off with this kind of like brain dump of where I'm at and my thoughts and those types of things to kind of encapsulate it for people. And it really is something that is a very special language. I see what the neat aspects of it are, but very hard to read, especially as programs get more complex. Same can be said from C and C++ and a lot of the other lower level languages, but especially so with Rust, because there's a lot of gotchas and different things that happen. And how it handles like variables and things. And sometimes, like as an example, when it comes to Rust, is you can consume a variable and it will just be gone. You've consumed it, and it's no longer valid in your program. And then there's, references where you can reference that variable and then use it a couple times. And then there's mutability and immutable by default. We've already kind of covered that. And then there's like way more complex things that you dive into, like lifetimes and hell, I don't even know what smart pointers look like, or God forbid what async looks like in Rust. I'm sure that is just a complete nightmare. And I as I'm just like scratching the surface in this 2 months of Rust, I realized, holy crap, I need to dedicate a lot more time to have a basic understanding of it. And it is not newbie friendly, like at all. And it should be nobody's first language in programming. And I just want to straight up say that if I could go back 2 months and say, hey, when I'm building Linux utility, I don't regret where we're at. I love a lot of the contributions and it's been fantastic. But I look at the code, like when I'm over here and I pop into linutil and I'm here, I'm like, oh, okay, let's just look at like main, right? You pull it up. So you got your uses right here. Okay, cool. You got your structs right here. You got your main function, and that's actually not too bad. That's not too terribly complex. Let's pick something else. Maybe like filters, probably. The filtering, I'm sure, would have something a little bit more. So then you got these implementations right here where I think this is like an associated function, but it's not like another function. So there's all like these little gotchas that are like so like, God, and this is the easy stuff. This is the easy stuff in Rust, and that's where I'm like, whew. All right, I definitely got to buckle down and learn a lot more and dedicate a lot more time. I think you have to dedicate to learn Rust. You need to be prepared to dedicate, I would say, a minimum of 4 hours a day, every day, for a year. And I think you could probably get there. So I would say that. So if you really want to go with Rust, it's just a very slow slog, especially trying to understand some of the more complex themes that happen with Rust. And it's a struggle. It is a big struggle. And when I look back, if I could have a time machine, go back 2 months, I would kill my old self and replace myself with today. I would choose Go, because Go would be so much easier to write this program in, and I would understand it so much better. Rust is extremely hard to learn, and I feel like I was lied to. I kind of mad chat a little bit here because you all were like, let's do Rust, but you could have warned me a little bit more. Oh, we did tell you? Okay. Well, I didn't listen. Because, yeah, damn, it is wild. As far as like the blazingly fast thing with Rust, I think there should be an asterisk next to blazingly fast, because I've written some stuff like not like a lot of this now is contributions. Like I can't even read my own damn program with all the contributions we've gotten from linutility. Thank you guys for who contributed, but now I'm like, oh, okay, I'm a little bit lost. I definitely have some catch up to do to get to this point. Now I'm back to like exercises and doing side projects to work on the main project, which is linutil. But yes, managing new concepts, the ownership, borrowing, lifetimes, it's a rough go. And I think everyone should know that in the beginning, because I think there's this concept where you can just pick up Rust and go. Obviously that's not true. That's just, wow. If you've never programmed anything, you should stay far away from Rust and choose a different language. Get your programming legs under you, and then go. Having said that, I'm not giving up. By golly, I'm gonna have to read this book probably like 5 times. I'm thinking a normal, like really smart person could probably read it twice. Once to get like a really basic understanding, and then twice to really drill down on some of the stuff when they're doing their exercises. But I'm a little bit slower, I think. And I think it's going to take me 5 read-throughs to get a basic level of competence. And that is the truth of it all. That's the learning experience of this. So when you're looking at it, it's, I think some people think when it comes to Rust, you could just watch some YouTube videos and go. No, you can't. And you could just go to the official thing and then read through this and then you get an understanding. No, you can't. And some people just want to jump right into exercises and go. No, you can't. You got to do all three things to get a basic understanding, to just kind of like orient yourself. And you're going to be like tripping in like a giant foggy haze for like the first several months before you get any idea of what the hell you're doing. And that's Rust in a nutshell. It's cool. It's really cool. You're stuck in the sunk cost fallacy. Ronnie, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. We're 2 months in. We're not giving up now. We can't. Honestly, look at what we've built though so far. I mean, most of the contributors have done this, mind you. So don't think I did this. I was just more of the project management test, and then maybe had you probably, of all the Rust code we have now, I'm probably like less than 5%. It's not much. Yeah, as far as the fundamental physicals of heap and stack and learning those, I do understand those a lot better now, Peter, specifically on how that is referenced. Like, you can put stuff in the stack, and then typically in Rust, how it works is that stack is then referenced. Like when you go to like a mutable object, it's going to toss it in the heap, and then it has a little pointer in the stack, and then it references it. And when it uses this up, it comes back and then cleans everything up. It's really cool how Rust does clean up stuff, and also kind of aggravating too. Like on some of the practice projects, I've like used and consumed the variables, and then I tried to use them again, and I'm like, it's erroring. What the hell? And it's neat. But also the cool thing about Rust too is the compiler is very, very good. Like when you're doing like oh geez, no, cargo check probably. No, I'll just break one. I guess I could make a new project with like, yeah, yeah. Here, let's just go to build. Let's just go cargo, new, hello. And hello. And what I've been trying to do is use Vim a little bit more too, as I try to kind of get like a Linutil made by Chris Titus. I really should change that to be Linutil made by collaborators, really. But it's just very interesting to see some of the LSPs. Having said all this, I'm really happy with the time I've spent so far. Not necessarily just to kind of remove some of the preconceptions I've had. Not from a language standpoint here, just from a human standpoint. Because, I don't know, I think there's a part of me that thought, man, I feel bad for the kids. I was actually demonstrating like a cargo run on the Hello World. But it was like, if you break something though, let's just break it. Let's go here. Let's make like a new function, call it hello, and put that here. Let's just pass like a variable, comma, string. Let's do that. And then we'll pass a string there. And then let's just like specify the variable x equals hello world. Oh, no. World. Something like that. All right, cool. And then we can just do hello and then call it. But also kind of weird, like, is like this guy understanding references and how that you can do consumes, you can do references, you can do all these different things, and there's like the returns and how that works with the like the arrow thing, edge, and then you got underscores to like free up some of the variables. It's just very, very weird. There is no garbage collector, which is the introduction of ownership. Yeah, It's neat though. But the cool part is, where I'm like, oh man, cargo run. Oh my God, I'm having problems spelling today. Oh, that actually worked. Oh, it didn't need the actual semicolon because it was calling a function. But yeah, like the LSPs and stuff of today, like when I think back when I first did programming back in the late 90s and I was young, I think it's much easier to learn. To kind of get back to my original thought here, is it is so much easier to learn when you're younger. I definitely agree with that. As I'm in my 40s, it's harder to learn, but you still need to learn, because I think if you don't learn, your mind just dies. And so it's really cool. I'm enjoying it, but I'm slow. And I understand that I'm slow, especially when I look at a lot of the contributors that have contributed. A lot of them are young. Like it's really opened my eyes up to how cool some people out there really have done such a fantastic job. And a lot of contributors are the younger crowd and are very, very bright. And it makes me really kind of enthusiastic for the generation that's coming up, because you have this whole world at your fingertips of things that you can do. And it's so cool to have all these things to learn on. So like a really complex language like Rust is, I think go back 10 years, almost an insurmountable. Obviously Rust, I think, was like 2015 or something like that. So obviously Rust didn't really exist 10 years ago. But you get the point. Like you go back and try like a really complex language is very hard to grasp 10 years ago. And I think there's just so many tools now that you can really learn a lot, which is awesome. Oh no, I got to ban somebody from chat. 1 second. Ban. But yeah. And that's my thought. That's my thought on Rust is it's really cool to see the newer generation and a lot of the contributions I've gotten and how far they've come and how much they know already at a young age. But one last thing I kind of want to leave people with when it comes to Rust is it's not something you can just pick up and toss in an LLM and then hack around and get something working. It's not something you can just look up one YouTube video and go, hey, I'm going to make something now. It's not that kind of language. It is very complex. There's a lot of gotchas. You do have to have fundamental understanding of like stack and heap and understanding how the memory is working. And if you don't understand like the borrow checker, just forget about it. Like pick a different language. And you got to understand that, that's what you go with. What is young? Teenagers, 20-year-olds, hell, even some young 30-year-olds is young. I think when before I started this journey, I was like, oh man, I feel bad for a lot of the younger kids coming up because there's all this distraction and there's, issues with that. And how are they going to develop their minds, and are they going to be able to do all these things? And now that I look at all the tools that are available, I think, yes, there are some people that will get really distracted and not learn very much, but at the same time, there's going to be those that do utilize these tools and just kill it. Absolutely kill it. And I am here for it. I think that's so cool. Like, we're going to run into someone that in their teens or 20s right now that when they're my age are 20 times smarter, able to do 20 times more stuff than I'm ever able to do. And I think that's so cool. And I didn't have that view going into this, and now I do. And I think that's awesome. I just am here for it. And I love that. So yeah. Yeah, you just don't really run into that too much, man. And I've loved this beginning first couple of months, even though it sounds like I'm complaining a whole bunch about Rust at the start here. I think the big thing was I just didn't really appreciate how hard this challenge would be. And it's hard. And you should know that going into it. Very, very hard. Especially from someone like me that has very limited knowledge of other lower languages. Even though I have a basic understanding of some of those, wow, there's some carryover there, but not as much as you think, especially when it comes to Rust and how it does things. Also made me understand why a lot of like veteran C developers are like, screw Rust, I'm not doing it. I get it. I totally get it. I understand that viewpoint too, because it's a lot to learn. And there are definitely a lot of extra things that Rust does that no other programming language does that I've ever seen. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's weird. And the syntax is a little hard to read. So that's my thought. Yeah, I can thank chat for stimulating me. Neat. It's not about smarter. It's about flexibility of mind, just being open-minded and willing. Let's go and form habits and picking up new habits. I think so. Yeah. I think, yeah, having the attitude of that, it's really neat. That's odd. Compared to 15-year-olds, you should know how to read long papers better than them. Woof. It's weird. Probably the best way I can put it, is as you get older, I kind of think of my mind like a library, right? And there's only so many shelves in my mind. And you throw up a bunch of books up there, and as you get older, the shelves get kind of full. So when you're getting something really new to learning and you're kind of pounding around and it's a whole different branch that you really hadn't been working on, you go into that wing and you're like, oh god, this stuff in here is really old. You kind of have to purge a lot of it to get going, and it's harder to get going on something completely new. Take like I remember I was like, hey, let's go skateboarding, and my kids got into like a skateboarding phase. I never skateboarded in my life prior to being like, I think it's 40 or 39 or something at that time. This is several years back. And I was like, okay, yeah, let's do it. It was so much harder, more from a physical standpoint, but also from a mental standpoint, where I was like, man, if I fall really just the wrong way, I'm going to break my hip. And there's a lot more fear associated with that particular thing. But learning it as well was harder for me compared to someone's younger. Almost sometimes naivety can be a good blessing in disguise, especially on that. Maybe that's not the best analogy I just made, but you get the idea. Yeah, I see you're out of storage. Yeah, but it's more about it's more about purging the garbage that's in your brain and then replacing it with something good, which a programming language is. But yes, being naive is a cool thing, and in some respects, and you just jump into it. In a way, I was very naive when I jumped into Rust. I was just like, let's go, let's get it. And yeah, it was neat. Like I said, I don't regret it. And some of the coolest things I found in Rust was some of the contributors like helping me out and like, hey, we published to like crates.io, and we have like linutil here. The cargo publish to that central repository is so awesome that you can build out linutil for like ARM systems and other things, and it's all distributed from like this central repository from Cargo. So there's a lot of neat aspects of Rust that I didn't really touch on this update, but Cargo I love from a utility standpoint. Wow. And the usage of crates and being able to really expand and pull from like a central place has been awesome and very easy to do with just modifying like config.toml or cargo.toml. Like, this is so awesome that you're able to just kind of specify everything out. And we've actually broken it up in like tuning a core with the cargo. And you can see just so much more of it and how it specifies here's all the stuff, here's all your dependencies for the project, this is everything we're using, and then it pulls in all those crates, and you can specify specific versions of the crates in case they update the crates. It's really neat. It's really, really neat. The only downside to this, I would say, is Rust moves very fast. It's still a young language, I think, and I have noticed if you don't do like a Rust update, you're gonna break stuff too. Again, lots of little gotchas when it comes to Rust. And again, in 60 days, I've learned a little bit. I've learned probably 1 or 2% of what I need to know to become competent in Rust. Maybe 5%, but very, very small single-digit number here. And it is not an easy language to learn. For sure. And it's not very forgiving for progress. So it's really hard to progress in Rust. And that's another thing that I think is lost on a lot of people. Like if you're in, any other language really, you're able to really kind of hack around and get a program going a lot quicker than you could do it in Rust. And not necessarily it means that it's a better program for sure. I think Rust, if you build it right, it's probably the best solution for a lot of things. And yeah, that's just my initial thoughts 2 months in. I'll revisit this initial spill and laugh at myself and go, what an idiot. He didn't know anything. Much like I kind of want to go back 2 months and just see myself and go, oh boy, oh buddy, you don't know what you signed up for. Oh. It's worth learning, or is it a fly-by-night language? No, Rust is here to stay, for sure. Like, there's going to be a lot of staying power in Rust. I understand that, Just Linux user, Rust links with all the examples, coupled with a whole bunch of YouTube videos. I'm really starting to dive a little more deeper into it, and I'm going to dedicate a lot more time to learning it, is probably one of the biggest things. Too long didn't read of Rust is, I would suggest learn another language first. Hopefully like a lower level language like C or C++, C Sharp, not Haskell. Oh God, not Haskell. Haskell's worse than Rust. Okay. Yeah. You just no on Haskell. Like I've looked at Haskell and I still love Rust. Like, oh my God, Rust is easier than Haskell. Let's not get ahead of ourselves there. Haskell, you got to be, whew. But anyways, I'm sorry, I digress. But yes, I'd definitely say don't start with Rust. Start with like Go, or I'd probably recommend Go. Even though I don't know Go, I look at the code that Go puts out and I'm like, ooh, that's really easy to read. That would be pretty easy to get started. And I think you'd probably hack around and get something going pretty quick in Go. So I get why Go, I think it's much easier to pick up. And I think if I could go back in time, I would probably use Go, learn that first. But at the end of the day, Rust, I think, is like the 1,000-pound gorilla that will dominate the programming space in the next 5 years, probably. I see so much potential in Rust, and it's so cool, and it moves very fast too. So yeah, it's definitely not it's going to disappear anytime soon. It's a big time language. It's just, there's some very complex things you got to wrap your head around in Rust. So I liked Rustlings because it goes with the Rust book, and you can read chapter and then finish an exercise. Yeah, that's kind of how I had it like situated. Here, let me see. Can I just pull up my history here? Because I had Rustlings up, and then obviously the Rust book. So a lot of people, this is a good place to start if you want to start with Rust. Go here, go like a chapter, and then go into the Rustlings, and then you can see the examples here for doing the exercises, and then go through line by line and then do it. So Very, very cool way of learning. And then another one that I did was here, I'll link it in chat too. I found this Rust course. It's a comprehensive Rust made by Google, where it kind of spills out into different ones too, which is a neat way. So if you want, like sometimes some of the terminology in here, specifically, I think I got to like data types or functions. And some of these chapters I didn't really like, but I like the way Google did it a little bit better. Here, let me link that in chat so people could follow that. Because it's open to do. And that's also a good way to kind of have another guide, because I think just doing this, there's some things it does well, but sometimes it gets a little complex. And if you had another way it was written, you could follow this one as well. And then if you wanted like more examples, there's plenty of other courses out there. Did I have anything else? No. Nah, I think those are probably the big things. And then I would also recommend some YouTube videos. Don't do like Primeagen or anything like that, probably for Rust. While he's a gifted developer, I think probably some of the more Rust-oriented content creators would be better for learning Rust, where Prime is more of a reacts to a lot of the stuff. So if you already know Rust, I think Prime's really worth watching, but a lot of the stuff he's going to talk about is kind of go over your head. At least for my smooth brain, I noticed that pretty quickly. So a lot of the other Rust-oriented YouTube creators, I think, did a pretty good job of explaining some of the stuff. Oh, is he full Golang now? Okay. I could see that. That's kind of funny though. Yeah. And Zig. Yeah, Zig's really young though. Like I don't think Zig's a good language to go on right now either, because Zig's so young, there's not a lot of stuff to learn. So I think if, again, like if you're already and you already know like 2 or 3 languages, maybe pick up Zig, but I don't think Zig's worth picking up right now for, you know, your first 1 or 2 languages. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Really? He likes Zig over Rust? Weird. Okay. Yeah. Chris can't learn Zig. Too new, not enough help available. Agreed. Later, Chris will be go. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. We'll see what the journey is here. I like to stick with something until I get some kind of level of competence. I don't want to leave Rust before that happens. So, and from what I see, that's going to be a while. So I think I'm going to be stuck on Rust for quite some time before I'm pretty good with it. And if I do switch another language, it'll probably be something more Windows-based, like a C# kind of thing. Because I've already written something in C# and I'm like, I kind of familiar with it a little bit. And I could see diving into that if I wanted a distraction. But neat. Other things we've been doing on Linutil, I meant to mention this too, is good night. It has just been so many different pull requests. We are up to 400 and something pull requests so far. It's only been 2 months, man. So I've been staying on top of it, but we've gotten so many different ones in here, and yeah, it's just so much. So some of these I'm probably going to have to shut down some of the pull requests soon, just because there's just a little too much going on with them. And I need to clean up some of the scripts, because right now it's okay, but Linutil's not really in a good state yet. Not from a Rust standpoint. I think a lot of the Rust contributors have been good, but from a Bash standpoint, I really look at the Bash scripts and I'm like, ugh, this needs to be better. And I noticed just the other day when we were doing Here, let's just go ahead and grab a cargo run. I'm up to date, aren't I? Let's just pull real fast. And I was looking at like utilities, and I think I was trying to do like an auto login, and this technically should work. Let's go custom session, DWM. Yeah, and it failed. Every time I've done something like this, it's failed on some of these utilities. So I got to go through it and do them. The big thing here that a lot of the contributors have done is to standardize the actual scripts. Most of the scripts don't work for shit, though. If we're being honest here, I'm looking at them, I'm like, it's not great. It's not great. So again, I'll probably have to shut down a lot of the PRs and then just go through each script line by line and just fix them up to make them functional. Because some of them, when you have a bunch of PRs, it's just some of it's broken. But it's neat. I really like the foundation we've laid here. And that was the big thing with a lot of these PRs. Not necessarily, hey, everything's going to be great. That was like an important actions. I'm not sure if I'm too keen on that addition or not, but you can hit G and then it kind of tells you what each one does. Whether it does disk modifications, if it's a flat pack install, whether it's a regular install. So that's kind of the idea behind here. It's a legend and it's cool. So really what we're doing now is I'm grabbing a lot of pull requests right now. Some good, some bad. And then going, okay, let's go from here. Now, a couple people have suggested, I think Calum earlier, so he did like a commit for a GUI for this. And this is nowhere, we're nowhere near time to do a GUI for this. I want everything perfect, polished, every single script working before we even look at GUIs. And frankly, I need to get better with Rust before we do a GUI as well, because right now a lot of the suggestions I've seen have been, I don't know if they're good or bad, because again, not competent. And that's where I'm like, we're not ready for that. And I want to stick to the TUI, clean this up, polish, make sure we have a good working base, and then expand from that. So that's kind of the thought process there. Yeah, GUIs are bloat. First have it working properly, then add the GUI bloat. Agreed. And that's the big thing. And there's still like little gotchas here. Like probably the command list now needs to be 3 lines. As you see, it's kind of got a runoff. Like I had to hit G to get that legend up. Doesn't show anybody anywhere in here, hey, type G to get this legend. So probably 3 lines here at the bottom for the command list, which here, let's just do that real fast. Let's grab that, and we're just going to make an issue. Anytime I run into a bug, we need to do that. So let's just, I need to get better about this. I'm sitting here complaining about these bugs, but I'm not documenting them. So first off, let's do command list cuts off. Needs 3 lines. And let's just say command this list is too long and doesn't always display the shortcut keys. And to reproduce, just run at 1920 by 1080. I'm sure probably like a 4K one would be fine. Let's go with a screenshot down here. And we'll grab it. Go to screenshots. Where are you at? Right here. That looks like it. Copy image to clipboard. Paste that image in. No additional context needed. Yep. I didn't see any duplicate issues here. I should have probably checked a little bit more too, but check existing discussions. I didn't do that. Issue is not included in the roadmap. Yeah. Issues persist on both stable and developable branches. Yes. So let's submit the new issue. And then you can see kind of like the cutoff here. Like G is not present, and see if there's anything else. I think adding another line there probably would be good. L for legend is better. Yeah, I think the idea was guide for G. I agree with you, though. L probably would be better. Or question mark would be better as well. Those are all... add L for legend or question mark for help for the guide, which is currently assigned to G and not displayed in screenshot. Probably could have put this in additional context, but good to know. So that's like a first issue to do, and I'm going to get better about this too. Next one, let's do auto login. Let's just document this real fast. Oh wait, no, I'm not. I'm not using LightDM. We're using SDDM. Titus 10 DWM. Session name probably should just be. You don't need to put .desktop. That's incorrect. It would actually be just that. So let's just grab this. We'll copy it. And we'll make a new issue too. Auto login not working for SDDM / DWM other. Using SDDM and DWM does not configure auto login, and I suspect the script doesn't work on many systems. Let's see. Give a little bit more context. Auto login. Let's look here. Looking through, remove, add, configure SDDM. It's fine. Configuring the user, session. The session's not even configured here, I don't think, on SDDM. Let's look. So you're reading the user, show session options. And that's under the list session function. Where's that at? Right here. Okay, read session. Yeah, this is actually incorrect. Should be something like that. There's also not adding the auto logging group. That needs to happen. Where are we at? Where are we at? I don't see anything there. Yeah. Yeah, there's no auto logging group as well, so that actually needs to be happening too. I'm just gonna go ahead and say fix auto login display .desktop is not needed. Shouldn't use that for sessions, as it does not check for, let's go auto login group, nor does it add the group or assign the group to the user. If you don't have an auto login group, most Linux distributions won't allow auto login. So the whole script doesn't work really. Good to know. Auto login. Screenshots. We'll just add that. Oh, did I not get that? Oh, I didn't. I dumped Flame Shot. Oh, really? You went back to X-Clip won't break. I use X-Clip all the time. That's funny. Maybe in your clipboard. Let's see. I think we can just say it's not working. Because, yeah, if you're not adding the auto-logging group, that shit ain't going to work on any of them. So, yeah, people submitted a bash script that didn't work. Logically speaking, there's no way for this to work. Again, it's more about when I run into these errors. And, I'm not calling anybody out because I know DWM Titus has a lot of things that I kind of want to explore too. I know on that install, we're missing some stuff and some things need to be reconfigured. So it just always works right out of the box. Super quick. Yeah, let's go cargo run and one more time with feeling this time. All right. SDDM, Titus, 10, DWM. Perfect. Let's grab that. Copy. And we're going to paste that guy in. So perfect. And then we could do a DWM install, and then I'm going to document that. So I'm trying to get better at doing issues as well. And it's kind of cool. Like there's something about GitHub I really enjoy too, as I've been working. Let's just go back to my main profile. I want to show people this too. I think this is awesome. This little graph right here, because technically, if you're a well-rounded contributor or programmer or whatever you want to do on GitHub, you should be always creating issues when you run into issues. Learning how to document issues good is a very good skill to have. You should be doing pull requests instead of just directly submitting or directly committing to that branch. Well, you should be doing a pull request so there's a good history. Now, obviously, don't rewind 5 minutes when I just did a direct commit because I noticed the typo in this. That technically should have probably been a pull request of some sort. I just was like, screw it. Let's just get it done. I'm more about progress. And I need to do better on my pull requests when I'm working on a feature. So let's say I want to work on DWM right out of the box, working for everybody on every system. I need to start going through that, make issues as I'm doing the install and go, okay, this is a problem. This is a problem. This is a problem. Lay all that out in an issue, submit that issue, and then start working on it with a pull request and then submit the pull request. And then obviously with commits, everyone has this one. And then for code review, also contribute by reviewing other people's code and getting that. So then you actually have an actual good graph here. And I think if you're like a professional, you'd actually have a good graph. Obviously I am not, but I'm getting there. And I'm just noticing these things. And I do like this 4-axis like graph that it does, because I think you should be doing all 4 things. And if you're not, start. And that's going to help you improve and get better, and also help any projects that you're contributing to get better. But just my thoughts there. This is how you make a, I'll use this. I don't think I've used Scrot. I probably should though. Hey all. Finally, I'm catching you live. All right, man. Thanks for the prime too, by the way. Oh, do I not have my sound on? Oh, did I break my sound the other day? Oh, you guys hear it. I just don't hear it. Oh, okay. Huh. Okay. Okay, good. Well, as long as you guys hear it, that's the big thing. Okay, I see what happened. Now I hear it. It's on the other system. Forgot to add a new issue in WinUtil. Not on my PC, so I can't recheck it right now and can't install Thorium browser. Okay. It says package not found. Could be with WinGet. I noticed WinGet always has some issues from time to time. But I can take a look. Is there any good image viewer, or is the default in KDE good? WinView. I like WinView. It's solid. I agree. I don't have one that I like absolutely love though. Oh, Nomax. You know, I tried Nomax. I don't know. It's okay. It's a minimal, very minimal, I would say, Nomax. So it's good. And honestly, Faye is not awful. Cleaning up some PRs today. I probably need to. I'm just a little bit wiped out from yesterday with LinUtil. I cleaned up like 20 PRs or something, so I was like, gosh. Yeah, and I guess that's like probably that most aggravating part about a public project too, is sometimes I'm spending more time on PRs that don't really do anything. In LinUtil, there's been a lot of that, where I'm spending time on like people doing formatting fixes on scripts that frankly don't work. And that's a problem. I should just work on the script, get the script working, and formatting it properly as I go, instead of spending so much time on the PRs that don't really fix any of the scripts. But I'm happy with the standardization. On last stream, we did a lot of standardization and unit testing, which is good. However, right now there's so many PRs that are submitted for scripts that frankly just don't work. And that's not cool, because I'm going to accept those PRs. I'm going to waste my time instead of actually fixing the script. The script just now looks better and is a little more standardized, but it still doesn't work. And I just wasted my time, when if I would have just not done the PR at all and just sat there and grinded away at it, I would have fixed the damn script. So there's that aggravation with some public projects, where with WinUtil, I never really ran into that. WinUtil's had like some really good pull requests, and I think as WinUtil gets some season to it, and you'll stop getting crap pull requests, I'd say, and that's probably a good thing too. And you know, it's just one of those things. The more tested a project gets and the more mature it gets, the better the PRs will get. Like almost all these PRs in here are probably pretty good. Although I don't know about Mom. That's a newer one, so I'm kind of curious. I kind of want to look at those. Is there a lot of refactors? Interesting. Be curious to see what those look like. But for the most part, yeah, this has been very, very solid. I kind of like restore point always being selected by default. I think I did that mainly because I got tired of people saying, you broke my computer. I'm like, nah, just do a restore point. You'll be fine. Yeah, filter those out for me. Well, still, like, I don't know. The thing is, I don't want somebody accepting PRs for me. I really like having control of a project, because if someone else starts accepting PRs, the project might start looking a certain way where I don't agree with it, and I don't agree with that direction. So I'm a bit of a dictator when it comes to all my projects, because I don't ever really want someone accepting a PR that I don't like. I'd much rather get 100 bad PRs than someone slipping in a couple okay PRs that I didn't necessarily agree with from a design part. Because as soon as the foundation and some of the changes happen and start going in a different direction I don't agree with, I want to just abandon the project and just say, screw it. It's easier just to burn it to the ground and start over from scratch, which I'm totally okay with. Hopefully in 5 years, you will trust me. I know. Oh, tag a PR that's good enough. Well, we already kind of have that angle. So like there's like when we look at like Martin's usually really good at good PRs where usually somebody will go through and they can look at the code and go, okay. Okay. This is actually a pretty straightforward PR. They just come through the code, review it, hit approve, submit it, and I'm not going to squash and merge this just yet because I kind of want to test that out and just kind of see how it works. But then you get a nice little green check mark. Same thing here with Cryo. Someone's already reviewed this and given their approval. Now, obviously, you need to know your contributors, and you start to have a really good relationship with the contributors. You know who knows their shit and who doesn't, or their level of competency. If you're at least a decent project manager, which I'd like to think I am, I should be able to kind of gauge people's level of competency, and I know kind of how much weight their approval will have. So obviously someone really competent that is like a pro, and this is what they do for a living, and they just happen to grace my project with their presence and said, hey, I'm reviewing this, and I know them, and they've contributed a whole bunch in the past. Well, it probably holds a lot of weight. And I'm going to look at that approval. I'm like, okay, cool. Let's also take a peek at it. So I'm going to look at that. And then I'm like, oh, okay. Awesome. And then it makes my job a lot easier because then my review will happen a lot quicker, where I don't have to really, with a fine-tooth comb, go through it, especially when it's from someone that's already there. So this does save me a lot of time when you have someone else review it. This person even made suggestions, which is awesome, and even suggested to change here, which is cool. And you can actually even suggest direct commits too in your comments. Sometimes that's, some people like it, some people don't. But it's very neat. And I love that when people do code reviews, and frankly, it just makes your GitHub look a lot better too, because now you've increased that little metric that I showed earlier of code reviews. So yeah, I like how it's set up right now, and I think that's good. Yeah, and it's that's another thing too. This is all open source. Nobody's really getting paid, so it's it's just whatever you can do whenever you do it. I'm always appreciative, but I don't ever expect any of the contributors to be like to take time out. I'm like, hey, you should totally be doing this today. No, I ain't paying you. I totally get it. You whenever you got time, if you want to dedicate it to the project and do a review or submit code or do an issue, I'm like, cool, that's awesome. But I never expect anybody to just hey, this has to be fixed tomorrow. If it has to be fixed tomorrow, that means I just got to put my big boy pants on and do it myself, because I don't expect someone to just do that. So yeah, that's just my thought. I'm learning Java. Is learning Java a reasonable decision? I'm new to programming and find something to pursue all my energies, and I wonder if Java's all right. Java's okay. I don't like Java, but that's just my own personal preference. I think a lot of people obsess too much over the language to learn. Obviously, I think you pick 3 or 4 different languages, kind of like do the sample hello world in each one, and then just kind of learn those basics of a whole bunch of different languages, like a handful, right? And then you're like, okay, I really like this one better. Let's do that. And then just, go for it. But don't just pick one right out of the gate when you don't know anything, because you don't even know what you're picking. You might pick Rust and have a lot of fun. As he says, going back on himself. But yeah. Rust is a better first language than Java. No. 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 Java's a better first language than Rust. For someone that's a noob, a first language? No. You don't just pick up C or Rust as a low-level language as your first language and go, I understand this. Yes. Well, stack heap, references, lifetimes, pointers, smart pointers, associated functions, all the words. Get an async, yeah, easy. No, pick something easy. Pick something that you could read. That's what you need to do. Pointers are poorly communicated, not that complicated. They're usually pretty damn complicated for someone starting out that doesn't know anything and don't know what pointers do. I'm just gonna say. Yeah. From my understanding of it as a noob, pointers are simply pointing from the memory allocated in like the stack over into the heap, and then that's what the pointer does. And then you got to remember to clear the pointer. In certain languages, you have to do like garbage collection. In Rust, obviously, it clears it automatically. But if you don't do that, or you do like a null pointer, I think you just get a kernel panic and crash your system like CloudStrike did. But again, that's my basic understanding of it. And I'm probably wrong in something I said there. Star, thanks for the prime. Most people's first language is English or something. Well, we're talking about programming languages. All due to a failed regex. Oh my gosh. It's neat though. Like, again, as a complete noob to programming, I enjoy almost all of it though. There's not anything where I'm like, man, I can't believe this. Some of it's incredibly complex and some of it's just very rewarding. It just depends on what you're doing. And I think instead of thinking of the language, think of something you're passionate about. If I had to tell someone starting out brand new, think about something you're passionate about that you want to make. That's a program, right? So instead of like the languages, like people get all like religious about their programming languages. Instead of any of that, what you need to do, think about something you want to make and make it open source. Don't be like, thing that probably bothers me the most about a lot of people today is they're like, I have this idea to make an app or to make a web page or make a program, and I'm going to close source it and monetize it, and I don't know shit about programming. That mentality, that person's going nowhere in life, and they're never going to get anything because they're never going to be able to learn very fast, and they're just going to be stunted. And frankly, they're just going to make a miserable program that sucks. And maybe if they're really good at marketing, they'll be able to market that crappy program to somebody, but probably not. And they're just going to die. And really what you need to do is think of an awesome program that you want to make and give away for free. And then make an open source project about it, dedicate a whole bunch of time to it, and then curate it. Maybe you get lucky and more contributors come in and you're able to learn even faster, but it should be something open source that you make. You're hosting the repository, and then you hack around on it while learning it, and then evolve your skills, and you get better and better and better. Maybe even at the end you have a good program. Probably not. Probably at the end you're like, after a year or two of it, you'll probably look at it and go, man, that's cool. You got something going. But now looking back at all my old code, it was written by a 3-year-old, and it probably needs to get nuked. So let's just go ahead and wipe all that out and start all over. And that's programming in a nutshell. And you got to just do that over and over and over. And I think you can learn a ton very fast and really become someone that's just the best in programming. I think that's what it takes. And you should want to do that if you're starting out. I feel like that's the cheat code. That's what most people miss. And instead, we got people like LLM prompt engineers just tossing it up there, hacking away. Yeah, you can make something, but it's going to suck. It's not going to be very good. Which frustration is based upon? Oh, what do you mean frustration? What did I say that I was frustrated by? I might have missed what he's doing here. The prompt engineers. It's really cool. Like LLMs are great for explaining things in code. So don't take like I'm hating on LLMs. You guys know I love my LLMs, but it's not something that I'm like, oh gosh, it's gonna write the code for us. Every time I see it, it always ends up bad. C# is I like C#. Oh, sounded like you had a personal experience about what motivated you to form this opinion and making a miserable pro. No, I just see people that think that more from like a social media aspect. I think a lot of people just go in thinking, oh, okay, I'll make a program and then I'm going to make a lot of money. And I'm like, no, that's not all how that works. Because like to be a skilled programmer, you have to be able to make a whole bunch of stuff, and probably the first 5 or 10 projects that you make are going to suck. Every programmer that I've ever managed, typically, the younger they are and the newer the programs and the newer the projects, most of them sucked. I mean, they just did. And then I was like, that's okay. We're all learning. And then you just delete that. It's awful. Just start something new. I said it a lot nicer than that to that person, but yeah, I mean, that's, I think the way people learn, you know, you're talking about intrinsic motivation. Oh man. Yeah, and I think a lot of that comes from like passion of some sort, but passion fades, and it's more about just having like some program that you have a good focus. Like whether it's like WinUtil for me or LinUtil, it's tied to a lot of other motivation for me. And that makes me always look at what I'm doing. It always makes me come back to those languages. Like I would have abandoned Rust long ago if it weren't for these projects and a lot of contributors that are like, hey, here's this new one. I'm like, oh God, I don't know what the hell that is. Let me Google that, or throw it in an LLM and say, hey, explain this code to me because I'm not sure what exactly it's doing. And you pick up little things here and there. There's just a lot to Rust as I'm learning. How I want to learn Rust. How's it going? It's a slog, man. It's slow. It's not something you can just pick up and go. It just really isn't. There's just a lot to it. And there's a lot of academic stuff to it, which is probably my weak spot. What's the most highly sought out language currently? I don't know. I'm the wrong guy to ask about that. Like when it comes to business, this is, I mean, I'm trying to think the best way to frame it. When it comes to business, I'm not a programmer. I'm not a developer. I've managed developers, but I'm not a developer. I'm the guy people come to get shit done. They're like, Titus, we need to create a database that does this thing for the business. I'd be like, sweet. It'll be done when we need it to be done by. All right. And then I just take all the criteria that needs to be done, whether it's the time, what's being developed, those types of things. And then I just crunch the numbers. I'm like, all right, how do we make that happen? Let me put something together here. And usually, some of those solutions are pretty bad. Some of them have been pretty good. Some of them get the job done. But at the end of the day, I always get it done. So, money-wise and that, I don't think there's a language really that'll pay you more than one other language. I mean, it makes for a good YouTube video, but I'd say that's a lie. It's about the person. Yeah, I think that's where I would say here, like, don't get confused with, okay, I'm going to learn this one thing and then people are going to pay me more money. There's some instances where that's true, but really it's more about the person. How quickly they can learn, how many languages do they learn, and their skill set. You're not going to just learn one thing. Like, let's say sysadmin work, which I've done a lot of. I think people are like, I'm going to learn Linux, and that's going to make me a more valuable employee. And I'm going to just be full Linux all the time. No. And that's wrong. That's 100% wrong. You need to learn Windows and Linux because they kind of go hand in hand with everything in business. You're going to deal with both operating systems, and you better know both very well from a sysadmin point of view. When it comes to being a developer, the ones that I would think would be much more valuable are the developers that know multiple languages and have a bigger tool set. So when someone comes to me and let's say I need to go to a developer, I can go, okay, what do you know? All right, cool. Now I know what tools are at my disposal, and we can go from there. And most developers, honestly, the language doesn't even matter that much. It's more about how good they are in the language that they know or that they're really familiar with. Hopefully they're familiar with multiple languages, but if they're only familiar with one, how good are they in that one language? I mean, it's kind of crazy what some people can do with just one language. Might not be the most efficient thing, might be a slower program than if it was just written in Rust or something like that. But at the end of the day, businesses don't really care about what program it's written in. They care about, does it work? Yeah, sorry for that rant, but that's just my 2 cents. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, that would be it. Don't focus so much on the language. It doesn't really matter, is what I'm saying. If you want to learn Rust, if you want to learn C, you want to learn Python, you want to learn Go, you want to learn Java, JavaScript, you want to learn, geez, there's so much to go for. Just pick one that you can stick with and that you're passionate about, that you can create like a fun project in, and that you're not going to just abandon it at first hope, or the first roadblock, and then go for it, you know? And then work on yourself too. Don't just get lost in that, because at the end of the day, people aren't buying what you know. They're buying you as a person. You got to be able to sell yourself. So in other words, you're better off mastering one language. Yeah. Like, you got to know one language really well, and then hopefully you'll learn more. But if not, I mean, sometimes that one language is serve you just, again, it depends on the person. But I despise Python. I know. I don't know what it is about Python, but I hate Python too. I learned Windows when I was a trainee at my old job, and I learned it the sysadmin way. Now I've moved to a different job. Started with Linux about 3 years ago. Now I hope I can get into Linux with my current job. As of now, I'm still an administrator of Windows servers. Oh man, don't I know that too well. That's awesome though. Learn a high level language. It's a great platform to learn any other. I agree with that, Dev Banda. It's a lot easier to learn. Why do you hate Python? It's such an easy language. Agreed, Don. And Python can do a lot of things. It's just, I don't know. I kind of feel like Python's like a jack of all trades, master of none kind of thing, where it can kind of do everything, but it's like super inefficient at it. And if it's a small enough program, it really doesn't matter, then yeah, it's fine. But, you know, I think the bigger the program gets and the more complex it gets, like, Python's usually not the solution to pick. At least from my basic understanding. Okay, Peter's trolling chat. Peter's the person that tells people to learn assembly. Assembly is the easiest language to learn. Get the F out of here. No. Assembly is not easier to learn than JavaScript. You gotta be... Public service announcement. All right. Drugs are bad. Don't do drugs, kids. Otherwise, you might think assembly is better than... easier than JavaScript. No way. It's so much simpler than JavaScript. Oh my god. No. This is how I picked Rust 2 months ago. It was you two. I remember it like yesterday when we were like, hey, I want to build this project, guys. What language should I build it in? And you guys, I bet it was you two that were like, pick Rust. It's easy. I knew it. It was set up by you guys. Oh gosh. Assembly is basically like any other language. It's always a finite set of instructions. Okay. It's fun to learn assembly. Okay, well, I'm going to prove you guys wrong right now. All right, come on. All right, simple fact, right? Like, as much as I'm crapping on Rust here, like, we have the hello world, right? From the hello world, this is a basic hello world. Honestly, this is even more complex because we're assigning a variable, passing it into a function that says hello world. But, I mean, shoot. Hello world would be... let's just go. You could literally just make hello world like this in Rust, right? Let's go up 1 and print ln hello world, right? Bam. So this is the hello world from Rust. Easy, right? And pretty much any hello world in almost every language is easy. Are you ready for assembly? Hello world in assembly. Yeah, let's go. Apparently somebody doesn't know how to do SSO. All right, so this is the minimized version of hello world. Easy. Super easy. Yeah, that's simple. So much easier than Java. Here's the 16-bit Hello World program, single segment. Yeah. Here's the DOS version. Length delimited output. The Linux compatible version. Ready? Yeah. Wow. So easy. Bunch of trolls. Got trolled 2 months ago. I'm getting trolled now. Oh my god. Here's where you go wrong. You don't see the complexity of the code in the higher language. A lot of shit going on in assembly line itself. Easy to follow. You don't need to know the ASM commands, that is all. But every command in ASM is very easy to learn through MIPS assembly. It's much easier than x86 assembly. Listen to yourself. Just listen to yourself. I love you guys. I like giving you shit. But I'm going to call you out when you post some crap on my thing. It's like, hey, assembly is easier than JavaScript. Okay, I'm a noob, but I'm not that big of a noob. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. I love it. I absolutely love it. Oh. Chris struggles with reading. He needs bigger letters. Yeah, I just like big letters. You're enough of a noob to underestimate the complexity of higher languages. True, you definitely can. Like, I'm not saying that like JavaScript and Python and other like higher level languages are necessarily easy. I'm just saying they're a lot easier to get started than a lower level language. So it just depends on what your skill or what your end goals are. But I think it's good. And the Fostodon. What is Fostodon? Let's see. What you got? 0. Did I not update this? Oh, a Mastodon instance. What you got? Oh, no, you're in Lebanon. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Well, there you go. Yeah. If you want to help out Zero Linux, follow that link, man. Feel bad for you, man. That sucks. Main point is this higher language is high complexity, which is still in there. Assembly shows what's going on. Hence, easier instruction, too many lines, the code. All right. I mean, it's fair. Like I said, I mean, I'm just saying it's much harder to write stuff in assembly because you don't have a lot of the, I would say, like the accessories that come with most the other lower level languages. Like, shoot, just take Rust. There's so many like crates and stuff you can pack in there that, so you're not like rewriting code. I think it just takes a lot longer to develop things in assembly is my big point. You should learn assembly. Worth it. I maybe eventually. I want to make sure I can actually do do Rust. I think that's the big thing. That's my first goal. First and foremost, I've already dedicated to learning Rust. We've already gotten a good project off the ground in LinUtil for Rust, and I think that's a big thing that I really want to tackle. But yeah. And then we also have, what do we have in WinUtil? It's been a while since I checked WinUtil too. I do need to do a stream on WinUtil probably tomorrow and go over some of the pull requests over here. Yeah, this is a good point by 5Shot. I like this message by 5Shot. Like how you complain Python's too slow, but I bet the development of projects in Python take less time, so it's a trade-off. It depends on the project. I think some of the easier projects, like, it depends on what you're trying to do. If it's a more simplistic thing that you're trying to accomplish with a program, I think Python's fine. And it's going to be able to be made much faster because it's such a high-level language that you're able to program it and not much time at all. And yeah, that makes a lot of sense because of all those extra accessories and things that are there. Like a good example of like how Python probably differs from like Rust. With Rust, I think you have to pretty much assign like what the variable is. Is it like a 30-bit, 30 like an integer, string, all those types of things. Where Python, a lot of times, you don't. You can just go and then it automatically changes or mutates it to going from like 16-bit to 32-bit, like an unsigned integer. Where in Rust, I think you have to be pretty deliberate with it, at least from my basic understanding. but that automatic conversion that happens in Python comes at a cost of performance. So again, if it's a simple task, I think it's worth it. But if it's a more complex task and you're doing it a whole bunch, well, then that really starts to weigh on the program itself. Rust is strong type. Python is dynamically typed. Okay, that's probably the proper way of saying it. I'm not good with those big words. Chris hasn't learned those terms yet. Yes. Yes. It's true. Yes, those are the correct terms. I like have the understanding of some of the concepts, but I haven't assigned them like the actual correct terminology. Maybe I will never. I don't know. A lot of times I just like being different. I'm just like, here's how I understand it. And I usually am able to grasp the concept of it. It's just sometimes I forget whatever the hell each one is, you know? And I'm like, Alrighty. I think I'm gonna actually merge this guy. What's up, jerk? Well, what do I want to do? Oh, Thursday stream. I meant to mention we do have some big news happening on Thursday. I don't know if people saw this, but Cosmic Alpha 2 release. It lands on September 26th. So I figure we'll take a stream to do this, where Thursday stream we're going to do Cosmic Alpha 2. And that should be a lot of fun. Is the auto script broken? Yeah. Auto login script doesn't work because it's not checking to see if the auto login group exists or not. And then if it doesn't, then it needs to go ahead and create that group. And then after it does that, it needs to assign the auto login group to that user. Without that group being created, and then also assigned to the user, there's no way to actually auto log in on a Linux instance that I know of. I know everything in Arch, and I want to say Debian too, you have to do auto login. So yeah, the auto login script doesn't work. And then I think there was actually an error too, where it doesn't work. I tried it on Arch and it worked. Really? Even with it not assigning it? What were you using? What was your configuration, Guru? SDDM. Really? Are you sure? Because SDDM requires the group. What time zone am I in? I'm in Central Time, and usually I stream around noon Central Time. So, what is that? 1500 UTC? Or no, 1700 UTC. Yeah, 1700 UTC. I know, I should reach out to more creators. Everybody I reach out to is just so awesome. Oh, man. Oh, okay. Drift has a PR in here too. Usually I check for Martin and Drift almost the first thing. I really want to start looking at these refactors too. That'll be fun. We'll do that tomorrow though. Oh, dark color screen. Okay. We got 2787. ISO downloader enhancements. Ah, Coding Wonders. Man, Coding Wonders is great. He's really helped a lot with a lot of the micro-win adjustments. A little bit of arrow handling happening. Let's take a look at the code. What's that look like? So, looking through here, selecting path, okay. Detect first option for the language, which is good. Makes it more universal instead of just English. And full name. Man, we got to try that out too. That looks awesome. And the lending looks like it worked. Sweet. Squash and merge. Oh, cool. Yeah, we just merged Coding Wonders PR. What else do we have? Let's check Martin. Let's see, fixed dark colored theme. Oh, yeah, this is so much better. I'm going to tell you right now, yeah. I noticed that just the other day, too. Thank you, Martin. Oh, DNS colors broke, too, yeah. Oh, well. That's okay. We'll get that in the future. And I want to say, yeah, Martin had another one. Import bug fix, change preset type that contains a check. When the PowerShell tweaks import didn't work reliably because of now, all imported tweaks were stored in a long string and searched for a substring. This resulted in both PowerShell tweaks being selected because of the internal tweak names are quite similar. Now all the tweaks are loaded as an array and checked for the exact match to fix. Man. That is awesome. Yeah, before we go crazy here, let's double check, make sure we grab and do a compile run, and then we'll move on. All right. Yeah, let's stop with the politics for now. I know Tech Zero has some stuff, but let's not get too political in chat, guys. Try to keep everything pretty even keel. Okay, so let's see. All right, that's what we're launching now. What is the current? Let's just do a compile real fast. Grab those changes. Let's do a compile run. No, it's not. WinUtil.exe is not offline at all. The only really offline thing we made was the C# ingestion, which I don't know if that works still. Let's we can pull it in. Have you looked at min tech tips uninstalled file that uses some of your scripts? Do you think it's safe to try? So like Cheeto Bandit, what he's doing, and I tackled this in another stream, is he's basically taking a basic one and then stripping down everything after it gets installed. And what I did is I did an unattended install XML, but instead we're changing what actually gets installed on the front, so there's less stuff to strip out. The micro-win and those scripts, those unattended scripts, essentially do the same thing. I'm sure it'd probably be safe. You can always read through the XML, but I prefer the, hey, it's best if it never gets installed in the first place approach than the other one. That's why, that's the kind of the approach we took with micro-win, like the extra. Cool. Yeah, that looks like a gajillion times better. Light mode. Blind. Okay, good. Currently having another domestic. The Rust Borrow Checker. Yeah, Rust Borrow Checker is something else. No, Tag Zero, I get it, man. I always like to shout out the situation. I just didn't want chat to kind of harp on it. I know it can get overly political sometimes. People get weird with that stuff. And I know nobody's like, hey, one side over the other kind of thing. I just know stuff's hard for you, man. No worries on the shout out. Hey, Chris Tech, where did you get your wallpapers from? Chat. Somebody in chat was like, hey, I see you like Nord. I have a whole bunch of Nord wallpapers. Here you go. And I was like, sweet. So then I took it and I cloned it to Nord wallpapers in my GitHub. So then you can just clone them yourself. And I just absolutely love that. All right, that worked good. So let's take these ones from Martin. We're going to approve these and submit them as well. Squash and merge. All right. All right, that's good. Let's pull that down. Test it out. Got some formatting and white space cleanup, it looks like, from the pre-compiler. What do we just close? So restore point always being selected. Go to tweaks, go standard. Still does it there. Not on minimal. Before it would. So that's actually a good fix. What else we have? Change preset type that contains check. And we just brought this in. Yeah. Just making that better on the presets. Which, if we look at that, presets should be over here. Let's just go standard preset, export, standard. Let's take a look at that. We'll clear it. I'm just going to see if, no. Let's go import, standard preset. Good. Nice. Always good. Martin always has the best PRs, man. Him and Drift User, always good. Very rarely have I run into a PR that it wasn't well tested. Had problems with the compilation in PowerShell 5. Okay, let's look at PowerShell 5. That's a good point. So this is PowerShell 7. You just type PowerShell. This should bring us into PowerShell 5. This is known as Windows PowerShell. Are you confused yet? Or PWSH is PowerShell Core. There's a big difference between PowerShell 7 and PowerShell or Windows PowerShell. So Windows PowerShell is PowerShell 5. PowerShell Core is PowerShell 7. Why is it like this? I don't know. Super strange. Anyways. Let's exit out. I'm gonna just relaunch as admin, and then we're gonna launch Windows PowerShell in a separate prompt. Let's do a compile. I think we're still probably gonna get some errors, but I think it'll still work. So let's go compile -run. A few errors, just a little bit there. It's just doing a little bit of formatting. We're almost to the end, though. Actually, we're about a third of the way there. You know. I would say that precompile script should not be... I mean, we could cancel this. I'm kind of curious to see what it's changing, if it's changing anything, or if it's giving an access denied error, or if it'll actually end up running at the end of it all. But the precompile script, definitely not PowerShell 5 compatible. You are 100% right there, Coding Wonders. I'm sure it's fine. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Slowing down. Come on. I wanted you to get to the end. That's pretty wild, though. PowerShell 5 said, nope, I'm done. It's funny. It didn't really change anything, though. Good to know, though. Yeah, you can't compile it in PowerShell 5. Oh my gosh, it wiped out everything. Really? No. Like, really? Whoa, that's crazy. Let's just relaunch. Huh. What happened with that, I wonder? We can always reclone it, too. Oh, it blew up the .git folder. All right, well, bummer. That is all right. Clone it again. 1 second. The beauty of GitHub, you can just blow up the whole world and then just be like, nah, just get that back for me, would you? Please and thank you. Perfect. That's wild. All right, we're back in business. All up to date. See? I love GitHub. Like, Git is like one of those things, the more you use it, the more you fall in love with it. But when you first start, you're just like, what is this black magic? And geez, it is just so awesome. Look up 2795. All right. 2795. Okay. Remove null assignments and simplify taskbar item invocation. Interesting. Oh. I gotcha. That looks good to me. Let's see what happens. Yeah, we actually do need to fix DWM Titus too, by the way. Oh, this is actually $29.97, isn't it? I kind of like this too. Let's just grab this one and then we'll take a look at 95, 27.95. Oh, where'd 27.95 go? Oh, is it an issue? Ah. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, that's a good bug. Let's see what the changes here. This is a pre-processing fix, but let's see what they do. Refactor, simplify code, make it shorter, test by running compile script alongside write output. There's no behavioral change. Just simplifying that into single line, that's fine. I mean, not really gonna change too much here. I mean, it's better code, I guess. Sam, thanks for the prime. Yeah, I really wish the PRs and issues were separated, but oh well. Well, let's see. We'll do a git pull. Should grab that last PR we merged. This is a WPF uninstall. Let's double check and uninstall real fast. I bet there's something in here I can pull out. Let's get installed real fast. Getting installed programs. Whoa. Oh, weird. What happened here? Huh. Do you guys see that? Interesting. Yeah, Pickley, thanks for the prime. I guess I subbed. Let's see. What should we remove? There's got to be something in here. Probably Windhawk. Let's get rid of Windhawk. So let's just clear our selection. Let's go Windhawk. I never use it. So we're going to uninstall. Yes. Failed to uninstall. Cannot bind parameter programs because it's an empty string. Ew. Well then. Looks like this may have broken it. That's why we test the PRs. It is why we test. All right. Well, unfortunate. Let's go to PRs again. Closed. That was null reassignment. Let's just revert real fast. Yep, let's create this PR. Shenanigans. Sam, thanks for joining the members over on YouTube. Any idea on how to update BIOS on Linux? Top Grade, I think, does it. If you're unfamiliar with Top Grade, it's pretty good. All right, we got 2806. Let's check it out real fast, right? Oh, man. Fat fingered that. And what we're going to do is just close this guy out. We're going to try to uninstall Windhawk again. We'll ditch these changes, though. 2806. Sure. No, let's just leave them on main. That's fine. Okay, so now we got these. Let's do a git pull. Just make sure we're all up to date with our refactor. Let's do a compile run. Are we going to have any love getting rid of Windhawk? And I probably will separate these out just so you can see it side by side. And we'll do it like that. and move this. So WinTalk, uninstall. Yes. All right, remove, uninstall. So this person just submitted. Anytime I see a new contributor, I always am testing their code. Oh, mom, you screwed up here. You didn't test your PR. Strike one. Unfortunate. You hate to see it. Hate to see it. But name of the game. Alrighty. Reverted that bad boy. Any other ones by mom that we did accept? I want to double check and critique. That was a remove null assignments. Oh, that was the only one we accepted from mom. Oh, all right. Well, good to know. First PR I accept from him. Bombs out. Ouch. All right. Yeah, look at all these refactors. It feel like they're just refactoring crap by feeding it into an LLM. What do you guys bet? Hesitant to even look at these. Who's mom? New contributor. I just accepted one PR from him and it just completely broke the uninstall. So I'm like, I don't know if this person knows their stuff or not. Oh, it's his last and first name. Oh, so it's not. I like calling him mom. Mom screwed me over here on this one. Yeah, we'll take a look at them. It'll be interesting. Maybe there's some good stuff here with the refactors, but I'm always testing, like, obviously just test the code and don't make like if the very first PR I do of yours is testing the PR and realizing you didn't test it, I'm immediately not going to think very highly of you, even if you are talented. Thora, thanks for the prime. Futurama, mom. Mom, you broke it. You broke it, mom. You should feel bad. Test your PRs. Blue, how you doing? Doing good, man. Doing good. Alrighty. Well, this is good. I did see this option by another new contributor, XI. This one looked cool. SSH option for Windows. I thought it was pretty cool. This one I don't think is valid. I want to say, because I coded this one from... I've seen people do this too. I want to say for registry size, let's look at the commit history. What I see happens a lot with the Windows utility too. People don't understand how PowerShell works. So what they ended up doing is doing regadd and doing like a CMD command inside of PowerShell, which that's bad. That's just bad coding, because what you're doing is you're feeding a registry thing where when set item property already exists, like there's a literal PowerShell command to change the registry instead of going outside of PowerShell to a CMD command to add and remove something in the registry. It's just so inefficient. And anytime I see a PR that does that through like an invoke script where I'm like, dude, you could have just used the existing template for registry adds, I kind of like immediately, I'm like, ugh. Even if it is a good suggestion, I'm kind of like, close. I just don't like it. You need those for offline registry hives, though. Yeah, that's true coding. Like, it's different in MicroWin because MicroWin does have some offline edits that need to be made. But for actually editing the live system, I mean, you should just be using the regular one. Like in this instance, it was like OneDrive. Although this was mostly just remove items, which is fine. I think it was a different PR that I'm talking about. Dragon Skies, thanks for the prime. 15 months. Oh, doggies. Has it already been 15 months? Holy smokes. That is wild. Rust Up update. You know, I like Rust Up. That's really neat. I mean, for as fast as Rust moves, it's really nice to have a tool like Rust Up. And like the addition and like doing it inside of Windows is so neat. Like if I wanted to install Rust over here, I probably wouldn't. Oh crap! I just hit the wrong button. What I'd probably do actually is get switch main. Get stash drop. Clear that out. Okay. What I probably do like to do Rust over here. I love this. Like the install of Rust is so simple that I don't recommend, like, no matter what you're on, Mac, Windows, Linux, whatever it is, just having like Rust up RS and then just pasting in and then just going, let's go. Well, actually, let's do WSL, shall we? Oh, I don't have WSL on here. Well, I am on Linux. But anyways, I love that option. It's so cool. Let's see. I think these are just formatting. Yeah. Formatting fixes. We can just commit that and push. And that's good. Cool. All right. SH not found. Yeah, I was like, oh, no. Yeah, the one thing I do need to do, and this is, let's go virtual machine. I think we already had like a Debian. But, you know what? Let's just delete this real fast. I wanted to showcase where we're at on DWM because there's a lot of fixes I need to do DWM. Because I've already kind of documented some of the problems I've had in the past. Let's just go. Just throw 20 gigs at it, sure. Don't really care too much. Only need a minimal setup here. One of these days I'll fix like the defaults of this. We'll just toss 8 virtual CPUs at this. $20 gig Debian system. It'll be fine. We're not installing anything really. This will be an easy one. I just want to test and kind of document some of the problems with DWM, make an issue, and then we can fix it later. Today's I'm getting better at writing issues day is what that's going to be. I'm going to have 1% of what I do on GitHub issues now. Deb test. Don't ever set a root password on Debian. Typically just set this like this. It'll be fine. We'll just use the entire one. Yep. We'll partition that out. Yeah, right now I'm just doing a quick test of our Rust utility. The Linux linutil. There's a couple things I wanted to like showcase and just document in issues. We'll call it like DWM issues. and be pretty easy to look at. Lindos. My mind's melding. Oh, you guys remember Lindos? They got sued to oblivion. Microsoft came knocking at their door, sicked the entire army of lawyers on them, and then they just folded like a house of cards. Poor Lindos. Did Walmart actually sell PCs with Lindos? Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. I cannot believe that. Just joined the stream and we're installing Debian. You never know what to expect on my streams. It's just kind of like, hey, what are we doing today? Let's go lease web. It's always a little bit faster. I got a lease web server here in the DFW. I think Lindos was like what, early 2000s to I want to say it was about 2010, 2012, something like that. Early 2010s. Alrighty. Cool. So I wanted to do Debian, and then I wanted to look at Arch too. The Arch install, I think, probably works a little bit better than the Debian one. But I want to make sure it's universal between both Arch and Debian. And then we can explore other distros as well. Probably Fedora. Yeah, good to hear. Oh, man. DWM does work on BSD. It's kind of wild, all the stuff. Like, DWM is just so minimal. It's just I have a whole bunch of extra crap I like to do to my DWM, like different packages I use that probably need to change and make more universal. Like, I know most people aren't going to want to use Thorium. And I know that's like a personal choice. So we'll probably switch that out and do like a XDG open. I think it's already set to XDG open. So I think Firefox and all those would be fine. And I don't think we're doing any kind of install of a browser. So that should be fine. Here we go. It's already XDG open. Okay, good. Oh, that's right. You submitted that. I think it was XDG reconfigure, isn't it? Yeah. Give me 24. All right. What do we do after a first install? We always update. Everything's all up to date. Great. So here's a fresh install. Nothing on the system. We're just going to pull in our Linux utility. We're going to grab the dev branch. Oh, dude, we don't even have curl. Holy crap. All right. Basic system utilities. I thought curl would be there, but you know. All right. So here is TTY. We can go T for theme. And we're going to just grab. Actually, let's go multi-select. We're going to go Alacrity, Bash Prompt, DWM, web browsers, Fast Fetch. Fast Fetch will get installed anyways. We'll go with the linutil installer as well. And Rofi. I don't think we need Rofi. It should grab it part of DWM. Hell, let's just do that. Here we go. Let's see what these options give us and how much work we have to do to have a functional system after install. Because if I did it all right, it should be a simple command like that to get it up and going on almost any distro. I think last week, Linux, we added the multi-selection. Last Thursday or something. Yeah, we're putting LLVM and Xorg on there. It's not a small install here. I think in total probably a little over probably around 1,000 packages or something. But we'll see. We'll see what it ends up being. Yeah, and it's not, this is not quite ready yet. Like when I made that video and called it V1, I really meant to say that's like the first iteration. I should have called that video like V0.1 alpha or something, you know? Because I've gotten a couple flack from that and be like, hey, Titus, most of this crap doesn't work. And I'm like, I know. Looks cool though, right? You see the vision now, at least. Where I started, people are like, what is this? What are you trying to do? I don't get it. And I'm like, all right, let me hash away at this. Let's go. And then yeah, that's kind of what this is about. It's really about trial and error, see how fast and how automated we can make everything. This is more pre alpha. Yeah, honestly, about 2 months ago, it was so fresh. Does it work in multiple categories, the multiple selection? I think so. I think Adam just did a PR. It used to not. And then I think Adam fixed it with, or no, maybe it wasn't Adam. I think it was, oh, geez. I remember seeing the PR. I don't remember who wrote the PR. Full Debian 12.7 install is not quick. Yeah, so this, I mean, this was just like a bare bones Debian, and I kind of like just starting from pretty much scratch and then just building what I want on top of it. So this would be like, hopefully, the idea behind this install right here with just those selections I made was to install exactly what I would normally install on all my systems. And the idea is once this is done, everything would work, everything would look right, and I wouldn't have to do anything else. That's not going to happen, mind you. You know, let's let me just set the bar of expectations on this stream. I anticipate many problems here, and it's more about just documenting those problems. So let's see what all we got here. And I think a lot of people too, like I often get a lot of people criticizing and those types of things and be like, hey, you suck or whatever it might be, or this is terrible. But you got to remember, it's always going to suck in the beginning. It just is. That's just how everything works in life. When you first start something, you will suck at it. It is part of life, and that's okay. I understand I suck at this. It's written in Rust. I don't understand Rust very well. I understand most of these bash scripts are not, doesn't see much maturity at all. I've run them probably like a handful of times. They're going to suck. But we can learn from the suckage, look at what sucks, start fixing things little by little, and pretty soon it's going to suck less. Still will suck, but it'll suck less. And then before you know it, a couple months will pass, maybe even a year. And then you'll realize, oh, well, this is actually okay. Everything works pretty good on most systems. And then a couple more years will pass. And then pretty soon, all the bugs get worked out. And you're just like, wow, this is rock solid. Great job. How did you make something so perfect? It's because it sucked for years. That's how it became good. Like nothing great just appears and you're like, wow, that's fantastic. Underneath it, there's always like years of just suckage. Yeah, we're using suckless. That's right, actually. We are using suckless utilities, DWM and SL status, but yeah. This is going pretty good though. I think this is gonna end up pretty good. We do have like Noto font emojis in there now. I think there's still like the memory icon won't show up, and probably I probably should put under here too. I want to put system setup and grab and install QEMU guest agent. That's another thing. When I'm doing these, I would really like to use guest agent. It would speed up the performance of a lot of these VMs right out of the gate. How many packages is this? We should have done a neo fetch or a fast fetch before this. That's right. Neo fetch is gone. Fast fetch. KWin. Why the hell is it installing KWin, I wonder? Did someone sneak something in here? This doesn't look right. What's wrong with this? So here's where we're grabbing build essential X11 dev. All that's good. Good. Yep. I don't see anything else. No, that's fine. We do have a build for FT Labs PyCom. We could go with just standard PyCom if we don't want any animations. Tempted. Figure backgrounds, display manager, Xorg Xinit, that's fine. Prompt user for auto login. We should be running into something right now. So there should be an auto login prompt. And then like a setup for SDDM, which I don't think works either. But we'll see. We'll see. We're getting towards the end of this. I think SDDM has a massive dependency in Debian, where SDDM and Arch does not. Oh well. No. -- needed only installs needed packages. So what that does from Pacman's perspective is it will just skip already installed packages. I think this is the part where I like Nix OS nicer for. With bash script, something always fails in the middle and you end up with a half installed, half broken state. And when you edit the scripts, it might be a different behavior on the second run. Well, the idea, if you write it correctly, instead of writing it in all bash and everything's POSIX compliant, and you do it well, and you have a good base for scripting, it should work every time on a whole bunch of different systems. However, it really depends on the user too. Like if the user grabs like a very old version of Debian and starts going at it, they'll be like, oh, well, Rofi doesn't exist. Or maybe in a Rofi of like an old version exists, then it looks all jacked up. That also happens. So, yeah, no. All right. Yes. But you do have a good point. NixOS is so much better for system replication. If you want to go that route, I do love Nix for that. Integrate Titus DWM and task SEL. I really hate the whiptail stuff, man. I just do. Not a huge fan. Thorium, right? So this is going through each one. So we're already through the DWM install. Now we're to the browser setup. So it's going through each one of these scripts. And then I think after browser setup, I think pretty much we're done. Rofi takes like just seconds. Can't remember if it was Plasma Desktop or Plasma Meta. It was a clean KDE. It's Plasma Meta. Plasma Meta is the small one, I want to say. I think Desktop's the full packages with all the extra garbage. Oh, is it Plasma Desktop is smaller? Okay, never mind then. Need to add Zen browser. Yeah. Yeah, NixOS is really neat. I never really liked Home Manager for Nix though. So I really enjoyed just doing it all in one config.nix file on etc. And just feel like, there it is. Perfect. Then I set it all up and I'm like, perfect. That's exactly how I want my system. Where Home Manager, I guess Home Manager makes sense, obviously, if you have multiple users, you use Home Manager. But for one user on a system, I don't really understand the use case behind Home Manager. Maybe less rebuilding and restarting, but I don't know. I know exactly what I want, so I'm not really doing that too much. Oh, the meta package installs everything related to that. I gotcha. So you do want Plasma Desktop. Okay. All right, here we go. Do you want to install the Crates IO package? Sure. All right. So we're done, right? So let's quit out. Let's give it a reboot. Let's give it a system CTL reboot. Let's see if we have auto login. Auto login did work. Oh no, auto login did not work. It did install Plasma on here too. Ugh. All right. We don't have any of the install up here. Didn't install any of the fonts. Oh, we got Alacrity though. So there's that. We got Flame Shot. All right. It did install Thorium. So browser script works. Yeah. Cool. All right. We'll go Linux dev sh. And let's see this one more time. Huh. Okay, it's just trying to clone an existing one and it can't. Well, oops. So probably the biggest thing here, does it have unzip? Yeah, unzip's installed. But if we go to local share fonts, yeah, there's not even a font directory. So that didn't work. Well, kind of what I suspected. For Debian, at least. Okay. So let's look through here. Let's look at where we went wrong. So you got unzip, git, flameshot, appearance, fay. Okay. That's all fine. You're doing a clone here. DWM. Perfect. And then you have the fonts directory, but this is failing. Why is it failing? I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay. Like that should resolve. So if you look, where's the unzip? So you got that. You're doing a curl that to so what this looks like. Oops. Oh, did I shut it? Oh yeah, I shut it down. Well, let's just double check. Let's just go curl. What were the options the script was using? Curl -sslo. SSLO. Making sure. Is O capitalized? No, I don't think so. Then we'll quote it and paste it. Test.zip. Oh, wait, no. Actually, I think when you're doing curl, we should be doing the test.zip here and then the URL like that. Oh, was that it? Man, that was fast. Yeah, that's all of them. Okay. Man, it's the fastest 100 megabyte download I think I've had in a while. Yeah, that works. So that all tracks. So that's fine. So we grab that, drop it in there. Where's it extracting it to? So when the unzip command happens, you have this to the font directory, which font directory is specified as right there. .local fair. Oh. So if not, then that. Well, what this should be, should have a make directory. That's fine. So then you unzip it to the font directory. And if we look at the font directory right here, that's fonts, Meslo, that. All right, perfect. So yeah, I was missing the make directory. It was like, hey, does this directory exist? No, we'll just unzip it to that directory. Well, the fonts directory itself didn't exist. So, yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. Although, what's inside that zip? Oh, I already deleted it. Oh, was it in another terminal? It must have been. Oh, here it goes. Let's just toss it into test. And if we look at test, should just be the fonts. Yeah. So yeah, it does want to create its own directory. I like a directory for each font. You don't necessarily have to do that. It'll recursively find everything in that directory, but I like to separate them. So there we go. That all looks gravy. And let's go over to Linutil again. And just look at DWM setup. So that was the fonts issue. Why is it installing a full version of KDE? Is that just kind of how SDDM install works in Debian? It might be a package deal. Kind of want to just, for PyCon animations, I think I'm going to remove the FT Labs PyCon and just do standard PyCon. Like, is animations really even that important? Kind of like, I kind of want just the most minimal setup possible, and I don't use the animations anymore. I'm just like, okay, well, that was cool, but is it really worth it? And I was like, nah, not really. I don't really care about it. Okay, SDDM installs KDE. Good enough. Is animation? Do you guys really like animations? I don't know. I mean, I feel like if you're picking DWM, you really don't care about it, animations. All right, all right. It also didn't do the backgrounds directory. Like this right here should be no directory. Make directory -p, and it should be that. No, actually, something like that should work. However, probably do. I do like another if statement right here. And that's where we go pick. Something like that probably would work. Do we have like a shell check in here? I didn't even check. Oh. Dang, I wasn't using shell check. Need that. I've been trying to get back into using NeoVim a little bit more, mainly because I feel like if I use cursor too much, you kind of use it or lose it kind of deal. And I found myself using cursor a little too much. And I don't know. I kind of felt like it was starting to make me stupider. It felt like my knowledge was starting to go down from excess cursor usage. So let's go and oh no, pictures is there. It's not needed. If not, git clone. Huh, okay, that should be fine. Configure backgrounds, then we set up the display manager. This should look pretty easy. Again, fine. This is SDDM. What does LightDM probably look like? LightDM would be a good alternative so we don't have that massive install. Yeah, I since SDDM gets globbed with Debian, I wouldn't use SDDM. I would probably use like LightDM. Honestly, if you're using auto login, you could just do like a start X kind of situation. Doesn't really matter. So this is fine. This is SDDM conf. Else do this. Do you want to do auto login? Yes. So you choose the DM, which let's say it's light DM. And then you do the enable right here. That's fine. You're reading it. Going into the case, yes. But let's say you choose light DM. And you say yes. Well, SDDM, it's always configuring this as SDDM. And then it's always configuring the session as DWM. That's all wrong. Okay. David, thanks for the prime. No mouse, no cursor. That's true. I am kind of like slowly getting out. I'm like, all right, let's get rid of the mouse. You're absolutely right. If we're gonna use NeoVim, we can't be using a mouse. Like, what are we? Ah, gosh, what a smooth brain thing to do. Thanks, David. I enjoy making them, man. Where is the rust in the stream? Rust is there, man. Here. There's your rust. Main.rs here. Rust. Oh, look at that rust. Ah, neat. Well, it already works. So anyways, back to DWM. Yeah, this is broken. Probably the biggest thing here. It's always, so auto login is just always pushing this setting. Oh, that's insane. Like, all right, we'll just do like an auto login script. But for now, I think what we'll do is get rid of well, there's the auto logging group. See, this is the auto logging group I already did. It's not bad per se. This just needs to go into the auto login script though. I feel like if you want auto login, we'll just do it after. Yeah. So when you're looking at it, here's the case to here. So it would be something like that. Yeah. Now there's the if statement. I still like the mouse a little bit. I got to tell you, I understand I shouldn't, but using like page up and down, I just don't like the feel. Maybe like a half page. So full page is a bit much, right? Oops. What did I press? No. Nope. Cube. Nope. Going off the rails. Which other distro would you recommend? What are you trying to do? I have a MacBook Air and was looking for a different distro to try. Is it like an M1 or is it an Intel? That's probably the biggest question. Because like M1, like modern day Mac laptops, I mean, well, you pretty much have to do Asahi Linux for that. But if it's like an Intel and you can choose anything, probably okay. It was an i7. Oh, so it's an old MacBook. If you're gonna do gaming, I would really like Bazzite, but you're probably not given the specs of that system. I probably would recommend would have the most sane defaults for a new user. I mean, if you're already kind of a Mac guy, you might go with a GNOME setup, but oh, I hate GNOME. I never can recommend it. Just hate it so much. Yeah. I'm just trying to think. I would try like a more minimal setup since it's an older system. Man, I hadn't recommended this one in a while, but either Peppermint or shoot, even Lubuntu if you wanted something more minimal. Because I kind of like the more minimal systems, especially with old hardware. Because a 6th gen Intel, man, it's getting pretty long in the tooth. It's about like 7-8 years old now. I mean, it is Mac, so maybe you bought it 2 years after it was released to the general public because it's Mac. But 6 years, probably at least. Yeah, so I would probably go with a little more of a lightweight system so it feels the best. And Peppermint's probably my number one pick. Lubuntu would probably be right after that for an older system. How much time left on the stream? Do you think you will have time to look at Linutil's PRs? Maybe. I kind of wanted to just fix a few things. I wanted to actually fix some of the scripts in Linutil. So I've been like looking at the Linutil PRs for like the past 3 or 4 days. But when we look at where we started and where we're at now with Linutil, I feel like it's more broken than when we started with all the time I've spent on the PRs. So I think I'm going to just take a backseat on the Linutil PRs for now. Because I want to fix some of the scripts first so it actually works for folks. I think that's the big thing. Because I think people are like, okay, I got no syntax errors, submit the PR. Submit the PR. No syntax errors, submit the PR. But they don't actually run the scripts on the systems and test them like in both Debian and Arch. And there's very few of the Linutil scripts that actually work on both. So I think I'm going to spend the next couple days probably just not doing any of the PRs and just fixing the scripts myself. Mine are pretty small, but I might actually fix some of the scripts as well then. Yeah, I just want the scripts to work. That's the big thing. And if I just look at PRs all day, I'm never going to get anything done, and I don't think this will ever get fixed. So that's just where we're at. That's just where we're at, but that's okay. Like I said, it's a big undertaking too. Nature of the beast. All right. Anyways, where did this fail miserably? So obviously we now are cloning this properly. We should have the fonts. Probably another thing is the poll kit. So we don't have a poll kit here. Which I think it's just poll kit mate for this one. But I want to say Debian's poll kit's a little different. Was it? Let's go list. I can't remember what I had for distro. Debian Bookworm. Why do I always go Bookworm instead of Debian Bookworm? I should have just named that Debian. All right. Find kits. Oh. What's the mate pocket? Okay. Mate pocket bin. Or no, mate pocket. Why is there a bin version in Debian? That's kind of strange. Yeah, typical Linux fashion. You run into this crap with multiple distros. So in Arch, it's Polkit Mate, and then in Debian, it's Mate Polkit. Just to show this, we'll just do a Pacman -Q, and then let's just grab Polkit. And this one, oh, this is Mate Polkit. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Look at that. I was talking crap. And I was wrong. All right. Good enough. And then I guess it'd be the same over here. Watch Fedora be the one that was different. I swear one of them was. Here we go. Come on. All right, let's go DNF. Search. Mate Polkit. Hot dog. Look at that. They actually name the package the same on all distros. So rare that actually happens. All right, so that's great. Don't need to include Git here as it's included in development tools. Okay, great. And all that's good. Let's look at the function calls down here, making sure we're doing that. Clone config folders. That's fine. So, all that's good. So then we're doing check, escalation, display manager, setup DWM, make DWM, SL status, install the nerd font, clone, configure. So just making sure we're calling all those. PyCon animation's not even in here, is it? Okay, well, that's a problem. Let's look for PyCom. Animations. Yeah, no, it's not getting referenced anywhere in here. So if you look, yeah, PyCon animations, that's fine. And what else are we missing? So we got PyCon for the compositor. We're doing the rest. There's no Rofi with this install, so you'd have to select Rofi, Alacrity. That's all gravy. We're no longer doing any display manager setup. So we can do pretty much everything. We do install the display manager, but we don't do anything past that. Then we got SL status, which should get installed and launched. Great. All right. Oh man, as soon as I fix my QEMU, I'll install Arch. Only way to differentiate the two. That's awesome. Emo, it's going well. Going well. Just doing a couple little fix-ups here and there. Seeing where we're at. I wanted to get some of the DWM stuff done today. And kind of get that working so people could just install it right out of the gate. We were trying it through Debian. And we'll do another Debian install. See how far along we got. I guess I should do a PR. Should have done an issue. Then I should do a PR. I don't care. Let's just get this done. I know. I'll do better in the future. But those fixes absolutely have to be made. And I'd much rather just wipe out whatever's there. It's just garbage. So we're just going to do a direct commit. Not ideal, but, you know. That's all right. Debian 12, customize. We'll do 10 virtual CPUs this time. Man, you know, we have had 5 months in Arch. That's pretty good, right? It's not too shabby. Oh, nothing's happened with the install. This is just a automated install we're trying to do for both Debian and Arch. So, like, let's say you see my setup and you want to clone it. You could easily just go install, and then it would just set it up for you. But there's just so many different settings that people will have. And I'm like, yeah, we probably should set that. So, yeah, we're installing Linux a whole bunch. But I think it's worth it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just wasting my time, too. There'll be like 3 people out there that want this. But, yeah, I don't know. I like it. I'm like, yeah, I know I'll use it. So, there's one person. There's no dark mode on Linux installs, bro. Gonna just have to suck that up. Well, I guess I could do the CLI install. It's more like a grayish red color because I think Debian's installer is made with Whiptail. So it's not as bad. Oh, man. Okay, I got to make that. I got to make the flashbang emoji. It's definitely becoming a thing with as much low-level stuff I end up doing for installing different things. Oh, man. Is it in curses? It could be in curses. Oh, really? You have a friend that never uses dark mode. Ooh. I mean, these days I definitely do dark mode in the background. So there's that. So really the only thing we install is just like standard system utilities, and that's it. Because we want to just have the Linux utility just take over and install all the stuff for us, and then we should have a functional desktop in a perfect world. But you know, the screen tear. Yeah, you're going to run into screen tears, especially using Xorg and a virtual machine. The utility is built in Rust, yes. The whole foundation is built in Rust. A whole bunch of collaborators kind of came in, and I'd love to take credit for the code, but a lot of the Rust code's not me. I may have reviewed it, but half the time, hell, I don't know what I was doing. So I'm still very much a Rust noob. All right, we'll get that. Yeah, I know a lot of people using window managers aren't going to be using Debian, but, you know, Debian's a really good, stable distro that I like. And there's a lot of, oh, actually, should we do the terminus? I actually kind of don't want to do the terminus because I think it'll look better. Oh, curl doesn't actually get installed by default. Let's install curl real fast. All right, now we'll grab the utility Linux dev and pipe that into sh. Oops. Fizzle. There we go. All right, so we got this. So what we're going to do, we're going to switch to theme over into like TTY theme. We're going to do multi-select, alacrity, bash. We're going to skip the web browser this time. We know that works. DWM Titus and Rofi. We're just going to install these four. Now, if we switch between these, does it wipe out our multi-select? It does wipe out the multi-select. So when you tab, you can't multi-select between tabs. Okay. Good to know. All right, so we'll go alacrity, bash, DWM, and Rofi. So those are our four. We're going to just do that. Yeah, not doing the big fonts actually the way to go here. Just because we're installing so much. Now, this one shouldn't do KDE this time around. We're not going to do SDDM. We'll do Light DM, which I know is an independent utility. With Arch, you can do SDDM and not install all of KDE's stuff. That's what took forever on this last install. May I ask, why use Rust? Because chat tricked me 2 months ago. It's all chat's fault. I was like, you know what? I'm not like a complete noob to programming. I know a lot about scripting. And I took a bit of programming back in the late 90s. But low-level programming, I am not. So I was like, with all the tools today, I think we can learn pretty much anything. Oh, how naive I was. I had no idea what I was stepping into 2 months ago. So boy, did I step into it. Rust. My word. It's great. Rust is great. But my God. Steep learning curve. To say the least. Oh my gosh, man. It's brutal. I see plasma packages. What the hell? Am I missing something here? There's a plasma browser integration. We should not be seeing that. Yeah, maybe it was a dependency for something else. Let's keep an eye on that. I don't know. Was it me? I don't know. Maybe I'm looking back through and I was like, Rust. You know, everybody's talking about Rust and how cool it is. Maybe I'm going to pick Rust. What do you guys think? And there'd be everyone. I think half of chat, in chat's defense, I think half of chat was yelling at me to use Go. My God, did I wish I listened to them. That would have been so much easier. Oh, is it GPT? Are we blaming the LLMs on this? We were all young and stupid once, right? True. Refactored QBasic. Pull up some old Gorilla or Nibbles. Oh man, old QBasic. You whippersnappers today don't understand how good you got it with your language servers and LLMs and Google. We didn't have Google. We didn't even have Dogpile really back then. Hell, I think it was maybe Alta Vista. Jeez, what the hell was I using for search back then? It took too long to look up anything anyway, so it was like, whatever. So you really didn't even bother. It was like, it was faster to read a book. You know. Ask Jeeves. Oh my gosh. That brings me back. Yeah, I think I was using most of, actually, so I didn't use QBasic very much because QBasic language was kind of strange. It's like very spaced out. I just remember it just being tons and tons of lines of crap. C++ I used quite a bit, and I was using Borland back then. And that was fun. I enjoyed it, I remember. I wish I stuck with it, though. What would my life look like today if I would have stuck with it? I don't know. Probably would have less gray hair. Or maybe more gray hair. I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't have any hair at all because I ripped it out. Hard to say because I'm sure there's some iterations in the 2000s that happened with C++. Oh my gosh. This still got installed. Oh, it didn't update the script. Well, that was a waste. Well, sorry to waste your time there. Let's just delete that, I guess. I guess we should have checked to see if the build went off. It's strange. All right, let's look at linutil. Did it not build? Oh, lordy. Just 20 PRs a day is what we're doing over here now, huh? Good lord. It says 9 minutes ago. So, did I do Linux dev? I thought I did the dev branch. DWM fixes 13 minutes ago. By the time one page is loaded, you're halfway through the book. Oh, well, we're trying to fix the little DWM auto install script. I know what you're gonna say, Phoenix. Just use your Nix script. We could. Look at the image link. It may be the cause of the woes. All right. Linux dev. Start dev 1. Okay. We'll start dev. Oh, is it something in here that got changed, maybe? I think it defaults to SDDM. I think it was just using the older script. Because it should have prompted us for it. And it didn't. Let's see. What do we have? So the DM right here. Oh. Was there not a read? So it did update. I just didn't. Oh my gosh. Really? Oh man. Where is it? All right. Did I not do it? I thought I did. Because should be nerd fonts right here, animations, config folders, config backgrounds. Then we got our display manager. And if you look at our display manager, sets up XOR, great. Then display manager, bam. Current DM, none. If DM, blah, 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 do. Fine, but if current DM's nothing, if none, oh, so it doesn't prompt. I thought there was a prompt there. I get you. Well, poo. Unfortunate. Oh, man. Oh. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right there. Guess we could do like a print F and then switch from there. Bobby, thanks for the tier 1. 6 months. All right. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not using a mouse. There's no mouse on the screen. You see nothing. It's fine. Oh man, good to hear. I love doing it. I love doing this. This is just so much damn fun. All right. I want to switch to cursor and just say, make me a prompt cursor. But we're not going to do it. Not doing it. So what we're going to do here. Oh God, come on, man. Do at least a word movement on the cursor there. Jeez. All right, no display manager found. Please select one. Colon space. Bam, all right. Uh-huh. So I'll probably do like a print F. And what we're gonna do now, let's curve bloop. There we go. And let's just yank that. And okay. How do we want to do this? Probably like a little bit of, make it a little fancy, right? Just do some dashes, right? Maybe pick it and then pick your login. Login manager. Should we call it display manager so Linux people don't get offended? And it just needs a little more of this. Yeah. And then we'll just do 1 SDDM, 2 light DM, 3 GDM. Ew. No, we're not gonna do that. Oh, good catch, good catch. Oh gosh, how did I? Oh God bless. What am I doing? Oh, gosh. Do a substitute, right? Oh, I guess we'll just do a bracket R C. Let's just change that to $sign bracket. Look at me. Pro NeoVim user in the future. In the making. Wow. I'm so good. All right. Read DM. Perfect. Greet D support. I don't really like Greet D. Not a huge fan, although Greet D is pretty minimal. I feel like we could do like a no display manager option and then just do like start X with modifications to Getty. That's also possible. I don't know about that. See, look, chat's not even complaining that I'm not using cursor. Look at that. They're like, you know what? Even though you suck at NeoVim, Titus, we're just happy. We're proud of you. Way to stick with it. Have I opened up cursor once this stream? I don't think I have. 216? Oh, good catch. All right, great. So all that's good. We got a read. We got all that. Display manager. Perfect. Actually, I see a problem. We don't want to do a new line. It's kind of obvious no display manager is found since you're saying pick your display manager. So something like that. Please select one. It seems more logical to me. If current DM, does current DM get set? Okay, yeah, it's set to none. Yeah, okay, cool. So it's printing out what your current DM is. If none, then go ahead and go into the break. All right, cool. Totally logical. Everything looks good. I love it. It's login manager. Nobody calls it login manager. It is what it is. It's a login manager, but it's actually a display manager. Is how it's officially, actually. I'm a big Greet D user. Really? Okay. Well, maybe I add it. Who are you and what did you do with the real Titus? An imposter. Only using NeoVim. Primogen broke into my house and poisoned me. All right. Well, neat. That's fine. We should do a PR for this, but we're just gonna go DW and fix this again. Push that out, and before we go over and make a new one again, oh god, let's wait for the build to happen. Is I almost think that part of it used the old one before the new build happened. Slam, thanks for the prime. I gotta say, it does feel good. I do like this, actually. I know sometimes just doing pull requests and reviewing code is cool, but sometimes I just want to write my own code and fix things. It feels so good. So much better than reviewing someone else's code. Even if my code is worse, I don't care. It just feels good. This is an automated install for DWM, although it is part of a larger project for this. And some people always ask me, what about Rust? Why did you build it in Rust for Foundation? Other than like one chat recommending Rust. Although not everybody in chat did. Some people said, you write it and go. You know, the sensible people out there. But I didn't listen to them. And I wrote it in Rust, or started in Rust, I should say. And the whole reason for doing like a whole menu, because there's existing utilities on Linux, like Whiptail. You could do Zenity if it actually has a GUI already installed. There's a lot of other solutions that do this. Incurses, you could build it using that. But I didn't want to do any of that. Mainly because, one, I didn't want my utility to look like everybody else's. And two, I really didn't like the functionality of any of those installers or how it looked. It just kind of looked crappy to me. So I'm like, I want to do it different. I want to do it in a whole different way. And that's why we built the Rust menu and basically the shell or the wrapper for all these bash scripts. T2, thanks for the raid. For everybody joining, we're just finished in this build, and then we're going to try the automation of it for installing DWM and like all the little fixins for this Linux automated. So any noob could, when we're done, anybody could just take it, install Arch or install Debian, whatever your, pick your poison, and then just launch this one utility, select everything like a monkey and hit enter, and it just works. It just works. That's what we're doing. Will that happen today? Probably not. We know it's not going to happen today, but it's still fun. Yeah, Rust development. The cool thing about Rust is it's really hard to blow things up. I think that's the neat part. Now, you can make it compile and have it run like a turd. That's a thing. You know, some people think that if you get it to compile, Rust just magically makes everything better. That's not true. But yeah. It's not bad. It's been fun. It has been just a blast, you know? It was a lot bigger challenge than I anticipated, though. I think that's the too long didn't watch of the whole stream really was, yeah, I picked Rust. It was a lot harder than I thought. I thought, oh yeah, I'm somewhat intelligent. I should be able to pick up on this language, even though all I really do is a lot of scripting and other things. No, I was not familiar with any low-level language, and jumping into Rust right out of the gate was not the brightest move. It's fun. Fun, mind you. I love a challenge. I mean, probably couldn't have picked a bigger challenge, really. Maybe Haskell. I look at Haskell and I'm like, ugh. So, Rust has some really cool utilities, though. And Cargo's cool. I love it. I absolutely love that. Obstacle is the way. Heck yeah, man. Oh, Ryan Holiday. Great book. If you haven't ever read Obstacle the Way, highly recommend it. I don't read very many books, but I read that one. We'll just call this test. We're just going to wipe it out anyways. No root password for Debian. What are we, cavemen? Nobody assigns root passwords on Debian. I know. Yuck, Debian. Hey, what's wrong with Debian? Do you guys not like 2-year-old packages? It's not that bad. I've installed Debian a few times. And if you're doing anything for business in Linux, you're not going to be using Arch, that's for sure. The problem is it's not NixOS. Oh, man. I do need to revisit Nix soon, Phoenix. I do miss it. That's just fun. And honestly, there's still a huge demand for Nix, you know? A lot of people underestimate it. Why not Fedora? I mean, Red Hat. Do I need to say more? I'm probably a little salty, just because when it comes down to Fedora and Red Hat, Red Hat's just done so many shady crap over the past 4 years that I'm just like, ugh. Even though I got my start with CentOS, and I love, the DNF package manager is still one of my favorites. And there's still a lot of things about the design of it. I just can't ever get behind it, I guess. Fedora's default partition is weird AF. Agreed. So many different partitions. I think the census behind that is it's more for like a security perspective, because they want to isolate the kernel and some of the launches that happens, and they only want to expose just a little bit of the EFI. And I want to say Fedora only builds with UEFI systems now, so it's I think more from a security perspective why they do that funky partitioning scheme that I always end up going, God bless. It'd be so much easier if this was just one partition. And then they got the LVMs and crap that it likes to do, and sometimes they only allocate 100 megs to, I think, the root, and I'm like, that's not. I don't know. Seems a little bit meh. But we'll still use Fedora for testing, because there are people that do it, and I'm like, hey, I get it. That's right. Debian's one of the very few that don't have curl right out of the gate, believe it or not. It's kind of crazy. Got to install curl on Debian. Even though I put like, hey, install the basic system stuff. Probably. Yeah, there it goes. I was like, that's sus. All right. Let's just do a curl fizzle, and then we get to see our beautiful rusty program in action. Here we go. The moment of truth. Ah, beautiful. All right, great. So let's go multi-select. We'll go Alacrity, Bash, EWM, Rofi, enter, escalate, and install. Let's see what we got this time. This time we won't have SDDM, so the install time should be half. Heck, probably more than half of what it was. And we should see the prompt, unless I screwed up. Ah, nice. I didn't. No. We're not doing like the Rust GUI for months. Probably like a quarter or more. I mean, hell, I don't even think we're going to do it this year, to be honest. Like, there's still so much to do on the CLI. I don't even want to think about the GUI. Okay. So it's installed. That was quite a bit faster, right? System CTL reboot. Access denied. Sudo reboot. Update the roadmap then. Okay. I shall. Well, that's different. What the hell? It's minimal DWM. No. This is exactly what we needed. Okay. Ah. So it didn't clone it, huh? Huh. Totally broke it. Yeah. I mean, the funny thing is, I think that is Alacrity. What does it look like if I launch the utility in here? I mean, just for science. Should be fine. Yeah. The bash prompt. Get not found. Really? Ah. Okay, so we got a public key error with GitHub Desktop. Interesting. What about NeoVim? Well, I mean, it kind of works a little bit. I bet we could do like an X Randar and force the monitor. I mean, it does display. It is X server, but I don't think we were using any kind of window management. So I'm not sure what that looks like. Curious. No. Let's not do that. Let's do Rofi. So we got Rofi there. And Alacrity technically should... Huh. Alright. Xrandar output. Virtual -1. And what are we doing for that? I don't think you can do it like I can't remember the exact settings for the. Oh, you know what? You don't have to do it this way. We'll just do like a Randar. Can't remember the exact needed tools, but this is okay. I'm just messing around now. This is an amazing. This is an amazing window. This is Linux without a window manager. It. Yeah. Yeah. Who needs a window manager? All right, it's fine. All right. Get. This is the beauty of X. I can't really change or move anything, but that's okay. Did I? Git's already installed. And then if we go up to and we curl it, it said it wasn't installed, but we go DWM Titus. Let's try it one more time. DWM. Unable to locate package. Ah, I see. It bombed out because light DM here is not. Okay, that makes more sense. Let's just test light DM real fast. And then we'll test that. So the package installs light DM all underscore. And then we'll just do a DWM and then it should reboot it. I love it. I love it. So now we have this. Setting up display manager. Current display manager none. Well, that's nonsense. We just installed Light DM. Huh. All right. It should be able to read that. It's in System D. So I think there's something wrong with the script itself where it's not reading any of it. Installed successfully. Failed to mangle unit name, blah, invalid argument. Okay. And then it quits out. Ah. I mean, we could reboot, but let's give it a whirl. I think it's going to be great, though. Yeah, give it a year or so. I think it'll be fine. This looks like GDM. What the hell's happened? This is not Light DM. What? Is... wait a second. This is... I am not crazy, right? Right, chat? Well, I am crazy, but that's beside the point. This looks like GDM to me. No, this is not SDDM. I know what SDDM looks like. Oh, it's Light DM with a GTK greeter. Okay, coding. Wow. Okay, so now we've actually used a display manager. Let's do this again, right? Is it just not picking up any display managers? Nah, I picked it up that time. You just have to boot from a display manager and then it's fine. So, it's not the end of the world. It's not GDM. GDM actually looks good. I thought that looked fine. Why isn't it full screen? Because I don't know the hotkey for a standard X session to full screen the window. Does anybody know what the full screen hotkey is for X session? That'd be kind of cool. Can I like hold Alt maybe? No, it's not gonna allow me. There's no key combination for that. Alt Enter sounds promising. Okay, here we go. Ready? Alt Enter. Crud. We just failed it. Alt Enter. No! No. Stop. Nope. Cancel. Alright. So full screen. Double click. Obviously no good. Alt Enter. No good. Full screen. Control Shift 1. So Control Shift 0. Control Shift, no. Alt F10. Alt F10. Nope. 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 I don't think this is a thing. Alt F4. Alt F4. Nope. No good. No love. What about right click? Right click does nothing. Nope. Nope. All right. Well, X session. What about F11? All right. F11. No love. No love there. F13. Control Alt Delete. All right. Well, fun. And I think we're actually pretty close to actually having a functional system. I did want to run it one more time. We were so close to where we needed to be. Let's just remove DWM Titus. And we're just going to do this one more time. I want to say we're pretty close. So we got a light DM error we got to fix. Not a big deal. We'll install SL status. Beautiful. This still says failed, but I think it succeeded. Just some minor things. So now on a reboot, should be fine. So we have that. Bam. Oh, wait. Ah. 1 second. I screwed that up. We have DWM over here now. Aha! Oh, yeah, buddy. That's what I'm talking about. So we have Rofi. Oh, yeah. Let's go 1080. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look, gorgeous. Do we have Faye? Oh, we do have Faye. Do we have wallpaper? Nah, not so much, but I mean, it's close. Oh, pictures. Oh, there's no pictures directory either. So that's another bug. So we got the pictures directory that's not properly getting made. We have light DM issue. We have no compositor. So PyCon's not getting built. You know why PyCon's not getting built? I bet you. Oh, God, that's right. We're on Debian. Yeah. NeoVim 0.7. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. All right, that's fine. Looking at this, what were we looking at? Probably PyCom, right? Yeah, it's just doing PyCom as a daemon, which is fine. We're not doing animation, but still should give us some transparency. We'll just install PyCom. I bet you the build is failing from FT Labs because FT Labs builds it in Arch. So if we quit out, go Titus, log back in, now we should have nothing. Okay, well. Another compositor is already running. Really? Is yeah, it shows it's running. Sit on a throne of lies, though. Oh, you know what? There's no PyCom config. So the default config, even with PyCom running, it's not giving any opacity or... All right, well, good enough. Now we know some clone issues. Both pictures, the configs not getting cloned, a couple other things too. But do you want to use Debian? No. I just want to make sure it works on Debian. We're just testing it. Yeah. I want people like on Ubuntu and other derivatives that will be like, oh, okay, this works. But alas, that one, still some work to do there. Oh, man. I don't know, chat. Oh, it's just, yeah, I think it's nap time. I think it is nap time for sure. It's a little bit of off today, but I kind of wanted to explain everything today and kind of give an update on the old Rust situation. Still plowing through it. It's been good. It's just slow and steady, and that's just to be expected. I guess somewhere in my mind I envisioned that I would just see the code like Neo in the Matrix and just be like, bam, it just works. And now I understand Rust. And sadly, it's going to be more of a Forrest Gump situation with me, where I'm sitting there and I'm just going to have to run from sea to shining sea, trying to figure this damn thing out. It's gonna be a little bit rough. it's gonna take some time. Yeah, I'm the Forrest Gump here, where I'm like, okay, it's just gonna take a little bit longer for me compared to other people, and that's fine. That's fine. That's just what it is. Rust is just a difficult language, and you should not expect to pick it up quickly. I think it's just, especially if you don't have any prior low-level language experience, it's just gonna take you longer. Because there's a lot of complex, a lot of complex ideas with it. Rust is doable, but first learn C. That's exactly what I'm saying, though. Like, if you're going to choose a language, don't choose Rust to start with. I mean, C is much easier in my opinion. I don't know why it's easier, but when I look at C code, I have a hell of a lot easier time understanding it compared to Rust code. Having said that, I think Rust toolkit, like when you get to cargo, you get to the configuration with like cargo toml files and all the dependencies. Oh my gosh. And the compiler is amazing. Like the descriptions that it gives for when you run into errors are fantastic. So don't take this as me hating on Rust. I think it's great, and I'm going to keep plowing away at it. But just understand there's a lot going on with these Rust programs, and it takes a long time to comprehend and make something cohesive to where you're competent in the actual language. And to go from, obviously writing a hello world and the really more basic stuff. The thing about Rust, I think, is it starts off kind of like really easy in the beginning. Really, like, I think the first couple chapters were like cargo, super simple, loops, data types. Sure, everyone knows these things. You get into functions and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, that's all good. And then you start to get into like structs and enums, and then you're like, okay, well, this is starting to get kind of wacky. And then you're like, wait a second, okay, the variables are immutable, now they're mutable, and then okay, wait, we consume that instead of referencing it, and then that's gone because of the memory safe things that Rust does, and then it gets there. It's not as easy as you think. At least in my mind, I thought it was going to be easier. Boy, was I wrong. But I'm enjoying it. It's fine. It is just it's very difficult, and you should know that. I'm not going to tell you the chapter because it doesn't matter, because I'm going to have to read all this crap again. So I think probably a better definition of the Rust book, or the Rust, I think probably how I gauge my progress will be the Rustling's examples, because Rustling's examples follow along with the chapters. I'm going to try and read the entire Rust book. Once that's done, start tackling the examples, and then I'll have a better understanding of how all that works. And once I start going through the Rustling examples, I think we'll have more of a percentage of, hey, how much progress am I really making? Because at the end of the day, if I can't write the code, what am I doing? I mean, yes, I can write a hello world, whoop-de-doo, but yeah, being able to make the functions and then push things to and from, and setting up a struct and then reusing that as like a template for certain other variable. There's a lot of stuff that I have ideas and I'm like, okay, that'd be great. But it's really getting through those examples from like rustlings, I think, is probably the best way to gauge your progress. All right. Yeah, the example, the chapter I'm on is, I just finished with like methods. No. Okay. Well, actually, we're not to a bad chapter there. I swear I dropped off at a chapter where I was like, oh my God. Yeah, no. I'm at enums and pattern matching. That's not going to be fun. The next chapter, though, managing growing projects and packages, crates, and modules, that's going to be an easy one. A lot easier than the last couple chapters. And then common collections. So, it's around that fifth or sixth chapter that it really starts. I've been having to try and reread these chapters, trying to get them. And when I hit structs, that's when I was like, oh, it went from I'm getting it. Oh my God, I don't get any of this. So yeah. I would recommend the interactive version of the Rust book. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to tackle all this too and go through it a bunch of different ways. I think the big thing is just don't pick one way and go. It's to just kind of scattershot approach it. Isn't learning from a YouTube tutorial better? I think you need to do all of the above. The YouTube tutorial can teach you some of the more basics of like the thought process. Like instead of reading about stack and heap and understanding that memory allocation and how Rust does memory safe stuff, I think a YouTube video would be much better content for that. However, when it comes to like learning about some of like actually writing the code, you got to have those examples. You got to be doing it. And then I think like rustlings, which here, I'll pull it up real fast. When I'm saying rustling, some people are probably like, what the hell are you talking about? It's a GitHub project that follows along with the book. If you look here, you can actually install it, and you'll give you little exercises to do each chapter. So it's more interactive that way. And that way, as you're learning, you're going to do it. But I think the common misconception I think I had at the beginning was, oh, I'll just be able to read through it and then do one or two chapters, do the examples, and then learn it. Not how that works, at least in my brain. I'm going to have to go through this, work through all these, and then probably come back and do these exercises again to see if I can really grab and grasp it. Because I'm finding when it starts hitting more of the complex things of Rust, I can kind of pass the exercise, but then I'm like, did I really grasp what I'm doing here? And yeah, that's just kind of where I'm at with it. So I think all of the things are good. The book's good. The exercises are good. YouTube videos are good. But I think you have to do all of them. You got to have all those to reference. And what I do is at the very top, I put flags at the top. One of them's green. So, but all the flags. So then if I'm like, hey, I'm having an issue with this struct. Okay, let me pull up the structs thing. And then I can reference what I'm like having an issue with and read it. Do the exercise again. Okay, cool. That's working better. And then I might reference that with like an LLM or something if I'm really having a problem, and be like, hey, really explain to me what's happening here. And then see how that matches up with like the book. And then at the end, obviously, there's YouTube videos, which I've lately just been falling asleep to at night. But I probably picked up a few things from those too. And I think that's I think you have to have all of them. I don't think you can just do just the book or just the exercises. I think you kind of have to do them all, unless you're already really competent, like with Haskell and C. I think if you were and you understood just the basic concepts of Rust and like the borrow checker and understanding how all that works, you probably could pick up this a lot easier. But yes, the trick of it all is it's the syntax of Rust is a little wonky, especially when you get into the more complex stuff. What makes you prefer a physical book over a PDF? I like the fact I can write in it and then reference it back with like flags, where like a PDF, there's a little bit more of brain fatigue, I think, when I'm reading digitally. And sometimes I like to just step away and then just be able to go through it and go, oh, you know what, that's interesting. Well, that gives me an idea. I'm going to try that out in a program or a test project, and then kind of coming back to it after looking at it on a page. So maybe it's just a boomer thing, though. Boomer. You know, in that sense of thing. I find that easier. But, you know. Yeah. What is a lifetime? Are you talking concrete or generic? So there's different types of lifetimes. You gotta be specific. And God, I don't understand it 100%. I just know that variables in their life, they'll expire, and that kind of what makes it memory safe, because you don't have the leaks. And if you, like, let's say you take a variable and put it inside like curly brackets, and it's just going to die inside that curly brackets, and the lifetime of that variable will be within it. But there's caveats to that, because like generic lifetimes, I think you can do globally with, and that's like the alligator brackets. I'm sure they're referred to something else in programming. I don't know. I'm just looking at examples and I'm like, oh, okay, kind of understand that. And again, I'm an idiot. I don't understand all this stuff. I just kind of get the basic grasp of it, the thing, and then it's just that iteration. 60 days in now. Again, pick up. I feel like I'm like 3-4% progress, and I'm on my way to 100% progress. At least a year, I think, judging by what I'm learning. Just, yeah. I kind of want to just make this as good progress for everything. I feel like I should be further along. I feel like I'm not progressing very fast, very slow, but that means I'm not putting enough time into it. And that means I got to put more time into it to really get further along. Because right now I feel like I'm spinning my wheels a little bit. And that's just Rust, I think. If you don't have a ton of time to donate to it, and it's your first low level language, man, you need to either spend more time or readjust your expectations. Yeah, and I think another thing too, which I'll show you on this, speaking of learning, cursor. Cursor is cool. I love it, but if you use it to write things that you're trying to do, you're never going to learn it. So the big thing that I would use cursor for, if like somebody else out there is learning or wanting to learn Rust, like take all these crates. I would probably grab that and say, explain these to me. And it'll break down exactly what each one's doing and how it's put together. So if you're trying to understand a program, an existing code, it's really, really beneficial. And it'll kind of show you exactly, oh, okay, so this is what this is for reading operations, and breaking out and giving you a better understanding of those. This is really the power of LLMs here. It's not going to write the program for you. And if you let it and you use it too much as a crutch, you're never going to learn anything. However, you can use them to explain things to you from existing code, and it's going to make it much better. But then what I would do if, let's say, okay, I understand that now I need to write my own create function. Okay, let me go into cargo.toml and then do it. I would do, let's say you come into here and I guess we could go like a 2e source main and then write your code here with just a language server. That's going to give you some options, but it's not going to hold your hand too much. And I feel like that's really good. The detrimental part with cursor, just to kind of explain this, I was doing a publish for lin utility and I was using cursor. And one of the big things that happened was there was a dependency problem. And this is where if you rely too much on LLMs and you don't use your brain, this is what's going to get you into trouble. Is if you look at the cargo, like cargo.toml, right? You have your cargo.tomls here. This is the main one. And then let's grab the one from like, actually this is from core. And then we have a 2e cargo.toml, right? This has a dependency on the core toml, right? The linutil core, which is this one, is the dependency for this one. I'm just laying this out here so you could just use your brain without this, right? So what happens if you try to publish the 2e before the core? Well, this is probably going to look for the old version of core that's already published. And then it's going to try and build it. And you're going to run into like a whole bunch of publishing errors. You're like, oh, what the hell's going on here? The publishing is not working. And then you're like, oh, that's strange. And then you're copy pasting that into here. And then you're like, oh, what's going on with this error? I don't understand. Instead of using your brain, it'll spit out a whole bunch of crap for whatever those errors are. But really the error is, well, you built it in the wrong order, you idiot. Super basic, but really, really simple solution and something that you wouldn't run into when not using LLMs. But if you're too dependent on it, you're going to run into just like simple logic errors like that LLMs will not help you with. And they're going to just destroy whatever progress you've made on a project. So it's really important to understand the importance of maybe using an LLM to explain code. It can help. If you get really stuck and you've already gone through all the traditional methods, I think you should still go through the traditional methods. Then maybe you could use it to explain some code. But don't have it write code for you, because then you'll never learn it. And then on top of that, if you get too dependent on the LLMs, one, you're now depending on them. And then two, well, sometimes you miss some basic logic, and then those LLMs can't help you because you're just a big idiot. So that's just my breakdown of kind of what I was thinking. Yeah. And like I said, everybody learns different, but I'm just giving my feedback and kind of what I've gone through. I think LLMs work best as assistant for things you already know, for debugging like a giant error log or something like that. I think so too, Nara. I think that's probably a really good one if you already know what you're doing and you're like, oh man, I'm just kind of stumped. Again, I kind of treat LLMs, I'm starting to treat them more from a kind of like, hey, I'm already running into a problem. I've already kind of gone through all my normal logic, and I can't quite fix this error, or maybe I'm still not understanding that error, or maybe I just want to know more about the code that I've already kind of deciphered myself. Then it's okay to ask it, but don't have it right for you. It's just going to end up in disaster. Oh, the music? Oh, it's all stream beats. I don't know. I just have a giant playlist of stream beats. I think this one, here, let me see. What was it called? This one right here, HD Reverse. And the one before it was Geisha's Laminate. Laminate? Lament. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, I think that's where LLMs really succeed too today. It's a great Stack Overflow / Google search. And that's where they've done very well. And I think they're fantastic for a Google or a Stack Overflow. They're so much better because you're going to find the solutions a lot faster than you would on those sites, but you can't just use it. I just use LLMs for everything I Google instead. Am I doomed? No. I think if you're using Google anyways, I think LLMs are fine as a Google replacement. And I think it is, the death of Stack Overflow. But all right, guys. Well, I'm going to shut her down for today. This was a blast. I don't know, I was a little scatterbrained today, but I wanted to just kind of explain some of the progress that has made or lack of progress. And then I kind of wanted to work on some of the bash scripts because I feel like I've been kind of spinning my wheels lately, not getting much done. Spent a lot of time on it, but just not getting much progress. And, it's just the nature of the beast. Sometimes you see a lot of progress right away, and sometimes you get stuck in the mud. And, that's just it. It's more just about keep plugging away, being consistent, showing up, doing your stuff, and then we'll see where I'm at here in the next couple months. We'll do another check-in report. It's September right now. Let's do one in November. Let's ask me again about my Rust journey in November and get a little more of an update, because that's a good time period. I should see a little bit more, understand a little bit more. You got to hit the wall a few times before you make it through. Agreed. And it just gives me much more satisfaction too, because of how hard it is. So if you do get it to click, which I still suspect is going to be difficult, but once that finally does come through, man, it'll be an amazing feeling, given how difficult it is for me. We'll break the wall. All right, y'all. Have a great one. Peace.